Hello, can you hear me?
Very well.
Okay, thank you.
Are you there?
Hello? Okay, so let's start. Okay, so with respect to the themes, we'll continue with the planning themes.
No, I think you are talking to the wrong person.
Oh, just give me a couple of minutes. Let me just clear this,
Yes,
please.
my friend you started with, me, I'm just, today's my first day.
Oh, okay.
And I booked for practitioner, but I understand I will also have a, okay, so with introduction, my name is Chooks. On the screen there you see Chikunalo Analogy.
Yes, please, I
So
can.
I actually contacted the institute and my friend also was interested. So he doesn't have any project management background, experience or background. So he was advised to start from the foundation.
Okay.
Yeah. Then in my own case, I was advised
But yeah,
I don't know her name, but I know we talk on WhatsApp. What is her name?
Oyin.
Okay. So since I have PMP already and I'm a
Okay.
project manager, so you just say I should start from practitioner, right?
Okay, yeah.
So I don't. Then my friend is. I don't know if you are the one that took him yesterday.
Okay. Yesterday, I was the
Yeah,
one
the
that took him.
Happy Blueberry.
Yes, Ruberry.
He's also
Happy
online.
Ruberry.
He's waiting online. He's
It's
waiting
waiting
online.
online,
Yes, and is showing the oath will let him in.
but I can't see him.
There's no different link because he is waiting online.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Let me ask that is resolved, please. Sorry.
Mm, okay, were you supposed to combine both of us?
Yeah.
Were you supposed to combine both of us in this class?
Yes.
So,
I've taught him a major part of this.
mm,
So when it comes to processes and the actual use of the methodology in the documentation and role definition of roles and responsibility, that's strongly where practitioner experience kicks in. Let me ask them to resolve the link and then I'll.
Yeah, so if possible, you send him this link so that he will join us. Let me also ask him.
Okay, all right. So I've told the admin about that and they're working on it. They're working on the link thing. You could ask him to join again.
Hello. Hello.
Hello? Are you talking to me?
Yeah, I've dropped the link for him on WhatsApp as well.
Okay, yeah, I think it's joining.
So how do the other part that I don't need them for practitioner?
Hold on, I'm coming. I'll respond to you.
You said?
Just a minute, I'll resolve that in a minute.
Okay.
All right, thank you. So you learned foundation yesterday. Did you touch foundation?
No, this is my first class.
This
Oh, you are talking read on my own?
Ghana, yes.
Well, I started, but you know what you are reading on your own is different from where one can guide you through for emphasis, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
so, but I believe maybe a little brief will help, or if since it's recorded, you can share the video.
Okay, yeah. So number one, would share the video, right? And then number two, I think Your friend would you would also carry on till the third day, right? Till the final day tomorrow.
Yeah. So if you're able to share the video, I can even watch the video this night.
Hello, can you hear me?
Very well.
Okay, because I've been trying to say something to you, and obviously you were not hearing me initially. So what will happen is I would ensure that the videos are shared, and then I will also ensure that by tomorrow I'll do a recap of what we did yesterday, so that
Okay.
everything connects. Okay.
All right.
Let me just ensure this gentleman joins in so that everything connects and we start off immediately.
All
Thank
right.
you. Just a minute. Let me just ensure that there's closure on this end.
Okay. You know what? I don't know why I cannot enter the link. Can you hear me? If he cannot join,
Are you talking to him or me?
you, I'm talking to.
Yes, he
If
tried to join at a point. So I've asked the admin to look into it. They will join, they will
yeah,
get
I don't know how I joined
yes,
because
it's with a link, right? So it's
yes,
either
I
he's
joined.
using
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to clear up whether he's using an old link or There's usually, if there is a challenge, then there is a disconnect somewhere, right? It's either it's using an old link, or his link has expired, or he's having network issues. If it's network issues, then at least I understand that
No,
it's
no,
something.
it's not that. It's not network
So,
issue.
so let me
Okay, so let
listen.
me explain. Let me explain to you now.
Okay, please.
I tried to join. It was saying waiting.
Okay.
Suddenly, I was able to join, but I still saw that waiting. But I joined because you opened the link, but
Yeah.
it's still showing me waiting. So I really do not even know how I joined. That is what I mean,
No,
because
no.
I still have that waiting box.
Ah. So
Yes.
someone let you in. Actually, if you're about to join, when you want to join, it will show on this screen. When it shows on the screen, immediately the person that is to take you knows that want to join in, and the
Mm.
person lets you in, right? But in his case, just when he's about to join, when I'm about to let him in, he goes off. He just
Oh, okay,
disappears.
okay.
That kind of
Okay,
situation.
so you are seeing him
Yes,
trying to
I've seen
join,
him.
right?
He tried to join with an
Okay.
iPhone kind of
Yeah,
situation. He has an
yeah,
iPhone,
yeah.
yeah. So that's it.
Okay, I get it.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so they just confirmed that they sent him a link, so he should join in now. Let's just be a bit patient.
He's in the waiting room. Can you accept him?
Yes, I already did. I already accepted you. All right. So welcome. So I'm happy you're welcome. I don't know, you went on holiday.
Thank you.
Did you go visiting your family?
Uh,
All right, you're welcome. Okay. So we have Chukunalu, or let me call him Chooks, if you will allow me.
Yes,
Joining us.
that is what my friends call me. If you
Okay,
are my
great.
friend.
Hey.
So if you are my friend, go ahead.
Okay, that's great. That's great.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if you notice, I'm already sharing the screen, and that's Prince 2. Now, there is a basis for this project, and Prince 2 project management is made up of four categories, which I've already shared with Happy. There is the principles, 7 principles. There are the teams, 7 teams, and then there are 7 processes and tailoring. Now, however, for this class, we on the foundation level, we have started with the principles and themes, right? We're already in the themes, plan, theme, right? So what we will do is I'm going to continue until we deal with practitioner, until we close up foundation and deal with practitioner. But as a practitioner, you need to have a foundation basics. So we'll go on and then we'll cover all of those foundation basics on the 3rd day, if that's okay by you.
So yesterday you said you already finished the 7 principles, right?
Yeah, we finished the 7 principles. We started touching themes. We moved into about 3 of the themes.
And the plan is what number?
The plan is about the 4th.
4th theme. Okay.
The 4th theme. Okay. Now, the purpose of the plan teams is to facilitate communication and control. With plans help you communicate, plans help you control. Like I said, there are 6 variables upon which we measure effectiveness in Prince 2 or progress. And those are what? Schedule, which is time, cost, quality, scope, risk, and benefits. Now, plan describes how, when, and who will be responsible for achieving a specific target. If management wants to operate a project, they will begin by clearly defining a plan for achieving what the goals of the project and what the activities will take. There are 3 levels of plan. So if they ask you what number of management levels, it is 4. What is the number of levels of plan? It is 3. Now, plans are created in initiation stage plan. Like I said, there are 2 kinds of plan. At a minimum, initiation stage plan, and at least one of the plans, right? And then there are 3 levels of plan. There is what? Project plan, there is stage plan, and then there is team plan. 3 levels of management, 4 levels of management, 3 levels of plan. There is a project plan. First of all, we have the initiation stage plan, which is a kind of stage plan that covers what? Initiation stage. And then there is the project plan, and then there is the stage plan, and then there is the team plan. The project plan is the plan we use to deliver the project. Stage plan is what? This project plan summarizes the fullness of the project. Why the stage plans are what? Stage by stage planning we use to deliver what? A component of the project. There is team plan. Team plans are optional. The same way team managers are optional. Team managers might not be needed if the project is not big enough to require breaking down into what? Having team managers. Then they will not need team plans. Exception plans are created when we forecast that we cannot meet what? Our tolerances, the agreed 10-15% tolerances detailed in the project plan. So the project plan would include what? Cost, effort, timelines, and then what? Milestones. It will also include what? Baselines to monitor projects. It provides a statement of when and how scope, cost, quality, and other performance targets are going to be achieved. That's a simple project plan. The project plan is created in the initiating a project process, which is one of the first things we create after starting off a project. It will tell us all the various management stage. It will be approved by the project board, and the project board will use it as what? A way to monitor the project progress stage by stage. The next level of plan is the stage plan. It is similar to the project plan in content. The only difference is that it is broken into more detail. In other words, it's broken into what? Stage level detail to enable what? Control by day-to-day management and control by the project manager, right? The stage plan is required for each management stage. It is based on the project plan. However, it exists for a shorter duration than the project plan. Is performed, are we together?
Yes.
The plan depends on the performance of the previous management stage. So if the previous management stage was not done very well, at manage a stage boundary, we cannot invoke a new stage plan. We would have to what? Correct and deal with what? Perfecting the previous plan. The initiation stage plan is created is starting a project, and then every project plan and every subsequent plan will be created. Every initiation stage plan is created is starting of a project. The project plan is going to be created in initiating the project, and then every subsequent plan is going to be created in manage the stage boundary process. Don't be bothered about this. We'll come to processes and it will be clear. And the team plans are created in managing the product delivery. That's a stage plan. Team plans, first of all, let me permit me to say that team plans are optional. It's created to enable us to be able to facilitate the creation or the execution of one or more work packages. They are usually optional. Depending on the need of the project, we'll decide the amount of resources or whether we really need team managers and subsequently a team plan. So the team plan is produced by the team manager. No specific format. They are optional, and the team plan is reviewed and approved by the project manager and the senior supplier. And ultimately, we have exception plans. Exception plans are created when we have targets we cannot meet. So generally, we have scope targets, we have schedule targets, we have cost targets, right? And then we have tolerance levels for each of the objectives. Who remembers the 6 objectives? Who remembers any of the 6 objectives we're supposed to manage tolerances?
Quality, scope, risk, and benefit.
Beautiful. Schedule, cost, quality, scope, risk, and benefit. Now let me explain.
What did you call them? 6 objectives, right?
6 objectives, 6 elements of scope management of project of Prince 2 projects, right? So let's assume this is what schedule. I want to mark out 10 by 1, 2. Can you see my slide? Something? Can you see the Excel sheet?
No. What's in the exception plan?
Okay, let me share an Excel sheet. Right? So this is what? 1, 2, 3, right? And down to, I'll drag this down to 10. Right? Now, so let us assume this is what? Whether scope or schedule or cost, right? Of course, if it's cost, it's going to be in Naira or dollar, right? Now, if exception is going to be like what? If we say the exception that we allowed on that part of the project is plus or minus 10%, that means plus 10% is going to be what? 11. Minus 10% is going to be what? 9. So plus minus what? Between 9 and 11, you're expected to what? Deliver this target. That's plus minus what? 10%. Are we together? It's going to be what? Minus 10% of 10. Why this is going to be what? Plus 10% of 10. Are we together?
Yeah.
Okay, so these are exception level, and these exception levels are going to be created in what? In the objective of scope.
So exception level, that is tolerance level, right?
Tolerance level. Time. Oh, sorry, I wanted to say tolerance level. Cost. quality, risk, benefits. Is that 6? Yes.
Okay.
That's 6.
Oh.
So they will all be
Okay,
created.
time is the same as schedule, right?
Yeah, time is what we call schedule in other project management methodology. They kept it as time in Prince 2. Are we together? Okay, so let's go on. So the exception plans are optional. So when we find out that we cannot meet our tolerance level that we have been handed, then we request for what? A permission to create what? An exception plan, and then we are allowed to do that. Now, when we create an exception plan will be produced by the project manager. It will replace the stage plan, and it will be created to the same detail of what? The stage plan. We do not create exception plan for work packages. Please note this. Anytime there is a problem meeting the tolerance level of the work packages, what we just do is that we have a meeting with the project manager, and the project manager resolves on an ad hoc basis whatever be the problem that the team manager is having. We do not create exception plans for we do not create exception plans for team managers or for work package level. Are we together? Is that clear?
Is there any place you create it at all?
No. There's no exception plan at the lowest level, which is the work package level. Shivi, I told you that we have 4 levels, right? We have 3 levels of plan. There is project plan, there is stage plan, there is team plan. And then, so we do not create, for team plan, there is no exception plan. We can create exception plan for stage plan. We can create exception plan to replace project plan if we will not meet up with project target. But we do not create exception plan for team plan. It's too low. The project manager resolves it with the same way.
So it's only the 3 plans that applies.
No, it's only 2 of the 3 plans. Project and stage plan can have exception plans. But there is no exception plan for team plan.
There is no exception. Okay. Okay, so project plan can have exception plan.
Yes.
Stage plan can have exception plan.
Yeah.
But team plan cannot have exception plan.
Team plan does not beautiful.
But basically, there are 3 levels of the plan.
Yes.
Stage, project stage, and teams, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, so let's go. Now, there's what you call project, also there's product-based planning, right? Product-based planning, like I shared yesterday, is where you focus on product. You don't focus on what? The work. You don't focus on activities. You focus on the product. We identify, in fact, the product first before we even talk about the activities, and we attempt to break down into what a schedule and resource requirements to deliver the project. So we begin with the product first, and these are the stages. We design the plan, we analyze the products, before we begin to develop or to identify what activities and dependencies. We estimate what cost and time estimate we prepare, and resource estimate we prepare a schedule, then we document the plan, right? So designing the plan is a prerequisite of plan. First of all, we want to be able to come up with either a project or a stage plan that will describe or that will capture how we are going to manage the project. When the project is part of the program, the plan, the program may have developed a common approach to planning. So there may be standards, levels of planning, estimation techniques that we're going to use, layouts, tools of presentation, right? Now, the next thing we want to do is define and analyze the product. After we have created the plan, right, the next thing we want to do is write the project product description. The project product description, remember, is the product description for the project. The project has a product, and that is a project product description. Now, the next thing we are going to do is create a product breakdown structure that will identify all the components of the products that will be created for the project's product. Right? So if I say you should build a car, the car is the project product description. In other words, it is the product of the project. car building. But every other thing we are going to build, e.g. the engine, e.g. the tire, e.g. the documentation, are all product description. So there is all the coming together of the product description should be able to help us understand the project's product description. Does that make sense?
Huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the next thing we'll do is we'll create a product breakdown structure that will enable us to, a product breakdown structure is very much like a work breakdown structure. It would what? Break down all the products into what? Identifiable components. We'll write the descriptions of the products and then create what? A product flow diagram. We're going to create all of this. The next thing we want to do is what? Identify activities. What is the work that needs to be done? Usually it will come up in what? A list of what activities we need to perform to be able to what? Create the product. And then the next thing we're going to do is to what? Identify what? Dependencies. What is dependencies? A sequence for performing the work. If I ask you to build a house, please, can you tell me the first 5 things you will do?
Clear the ground.
Okay.
Foundation.
Lay the foundation, then do the wall. Start writing the wall, laying the blocks. Then you get to lintel. You cast the lintel. Then after casting the lintel, you put the last block. Then you start your roofing. You also need to do the floor. Then what again? Then you need to plaster the wall. You need to put the windows. Then what again?
Okay, so you've gotten it, right? You've gotten the idea. There is usually a flow or a logical order to performing work. One of the things you want to do is to ensure that you understand what the logical order is, whether it is an internal order, in other words, a member of the team does something, so B member of the team will follow up, or whether it's an external dependency where dependencies that are away from the project would impact the delivery. Next thing we want to do is to prepare estimates.
So dependency is basically the sequence of events, right?
Yes, the sequence of events in delivering the work. All right. And then the next thing we want to do is what? Estimate, right? So we want to understand, estimate is usually, would usually enable us to be able to know what will be the time, cost, and resource required to carry out what? The delivery of the product, right? So based on all of this, when we understand the time, we first of all created a list of activities, shown their dependencies, and what we can be able to prepare the schedule. I'm going to show you in a very simple way how we can do that on Microsoft Project. Can you see my project schedule? This is Microsoft Project. I want to use it. Huh?
Do you have the PPT for this file?
Yes, and PowerPoint.
Yes, I think it's better. No, I mean it's better even using PPT, right? If you don't mind.
I don't know if we're allowed to use PowerPoint, but I would find out.
Okay, fine. If it's convenient for you, you can just see the way you are scrolling. With PowerPoint, it's just one click, right?
Yeah, yes, I think I get what you're saying. Okay, so
okay, I can see it. I can see it now.
Okay, all right. So this is this is project 1, right? So let's assume we have what? Activity A, activity B. I forgot something. Sorry. I turn this to what? Auto schedule task. Now my tasks are auto scheduled, right? Auto scheduled. So activity A, activity B, right? These are all, let's assume these are what? Project activities, activity C, D, E, F. I've defined my activities for building the house. Right? Let me even do G and what? H. I've defined my activities. The next thing I want to do is to what? Push this thing inside. So go to task and then push this in, right? And then go to this and then push this also in. Are we together? So this is what creating a level. So let's say this is the, let's call this maybe, assume that this is what? Foundation, right? And then let's assume that this is what? Superstructure. Right? So these are the activities under foundation and superstructure, right? Then we would, like I said, we would estimate what the amount of days it will take. So let's say I see the length 4 days, it will take what? 5 days, this will take what? 5, this will take 6, and this will take 4 days. Are you seeing it? We've estimated the amount of what duration it will take to be able to handle this thing. We can also even decide to estimate what resources. So we go to view, go to resource sheet, and then we'll say happy, we'll say what's chooks, and then Marachi and Ui, right? Marachi and Ui would what? And do this work, right? We'll even give them what? An amount, we'll pay them 200 per hour, 400 per hour, 600 per hour, 800 per hour. Be able to estimate, we come back here, right? I'm just showing you how we can do this thing, right? This is the amount of, right? This is, sorry. Then the next thing we want to do is what, like I said, dependency, right? So notice, okay, so this is the first activity, no dependency. This is dependent on this. So C will start when B finishes, right? D will start when C finishes, right? That's creating dependency, right? F will start when D finishes, right? And then G will start when what? F finishes. And then
What application is this?
this Microsoft project. I'm just using it to show you how all these things we're talking about planning, what the plan looks like, right? So look at, so this is what you can see how the order will flow. Let me now put resource names. So we have what? Amarachi, we have what? Oi, Chooks, we have Happy, we have Oi, we have Amarachi again, and we have Chooks that are working on what? This project activity. As you can even look at what's based on the cost, you can see how much it's going to cost to what create the project. So you can see everything is just done sharply, but we're using this to what communicate, right? And what talk about and really be able to what estimate how long or how this project is going to go. Now, when you go back to this place, you will now understand why we have to what assess resource availability.
So before you leave that place, right?
Yeah, please.
Sorry, because I'm trying to learn this thing on my own, but I will not waste your time.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, I already installed it.
You install
What
project.
of if? Yes, I installed the Office project because I have a customer that insists we must use it to send the
Manage our
project
projects.
to the
Okay.
presentation plan. Activity C and activity G can be done concurrently.
Yes. Did I say that? Did I put that?
No. I'm just, for example,
Okay,
that
so activity C and activity D can be done concurrently. So let me see. Where's activity C? Activity C, you want activity C and D to depend on activity B. All right, so let's do that. So activity D should depend on activity B. All right, so both of them are done concurrently.
Okay.
So I've made that adjustment. Why T should
So you
depend
just to make the two of them depend on the same activity.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's a very simple thing. Right. Then another thing you want to do is what? I want to show you what the network diagram. So you have a network diagram. That would what? Okay, so look at the network diagram. Very simple. You're able to see how the flow of the activities, right? This red, what's red is on the critical part, right? And then what's white is not on the critical part. It's that simple. Right? The critical part is the part where you cannot make a mistake, because if you extend the duration of the assignment, then you would what? Run over the float time that has been permitted, that is allowed on the project. It's also the longest duration for executing the project. So you need to what? Determine the critical parts, determine activity sequence by knowing the critical parts. The good thing is project calculate the critical part automatically for you. Assess the availability of resources. You saw me do that. Assign resources to the task. You saw me do that. Level resource usage is usually done when you have too few resources chasing too many activities. Agree on control points, so we can say, okay, every month we are going to what? Every month on the third week of Friday, we are going to what? Review performance on this project, and then define milestones, and then calculate what? Total resource requirement and cost, which you saw me do, and then present the schedule. The Gantt chart is an example of the scheduling tool. Are we together? Okay, so this is, of course, the network diagram which I showed you, right? That we have tools like what? Microsoft Project and Primavera, right? This is it. And then there is the calculation for the schedule network diagram, which is what? Early start and what? Late start, early finish, and then late finish. And we utilize this to be able to what? Calculate the critical part. There is a little emphasis on this now, because there is a tendency to shift away from it. Project management methodology is moving away, not because it is not relevant, but because computers now do it. There's really no need for human beings to be putting their head around calculation.
But what of the exam?
The exams de-emphasize it, that's what I'm saying.
That's this calculation.
Exams de-emphasize it. Okay, so what we're going to do, the next thing we're going to do is what? Analyze the risk. The salient nature of what? The salient features of analyze the risk as follows. You want to be able to know what risk can impact what the objectives of the project, whether it's an activity risk, whether it's an external risk, whether it's what a resource risk. We want to be able to create a risk register, right? Now, so one of the things we're going to do will be we will document the plan, right? We want to document the plan, have an idea of what external risk, dependencies, constraints, assumption, how we are going to monitor and control, keep plans as simple as possible, right? Now, product-based planning technique is very important in that it keeps us from what? Overlooking what? Elements of scope. Usually is focused on what? Quality, what? Creation of what? The product. Involves users in specifying product requirements, thereby increasing what? User buy-in and satisfaction. Clarifies what? The scope boundaries. Identifies if there are external products, and what? Helps in preparation of what? Work packages for the suppliers. To look at, for instance, we are having a project to organize what? A conference for 80 to 100 delegates. The dates of the conference and the topics have been provided. The conference has been organized to bring members of a particular profession up to date on recent development in professional procedures and standards. And the delegates will be members of the profession, and the mailing list is available to be used. The project team will be responsible for identifying the venue, checking on the availability of the venue, checking the price. The venue will be booked depending on the availability of the speaker and the price. And then the project team will identify suitable speakers, contact them, and book them for the project, right? So the product-based planning, a detailed agenda and program must be identified after finalizing the speakers. Booking arrangement must be established. The program must be sent out, venue selected and booked. Once the venue is booked, Press release based on the program will be prepared and issued. The attendance list will be updated with the responses once the press release have been issued and the direct mail distributed. Staff will be recruited to help on the day based on what finalized attendance list. For the conference, it is decided that what handout packages will be distributed. A handout package should reflect what the selected topic or the subject matter. 100 handout package will be required, and the packet must contain what a printed agenda covering agreed upon programs, copies of slides and notes used by the speakers, a feedback form based on the program to capture what attendee reviews. Example of product-based planning is what is where we create. So product-based planning, one of the best examples is in writing the product description, which I've shared at least on the lighter form yesterday. Product description is expected to carry description of the management product. Product description is one of the most important management products. It tells us the purpose of the product, the composition of the product, derivation of the product, the development skills required, customer quality expectations, acceptance criteria, and level of quality level tolerances, acceptance methods, and acceptance responsibility. So look at, for instance, for this project, the product description, product description, with the purpose will be that the purpose states that the conference is organized to bring members of a particular profession up to date on recent development in their field. What is it composed of? To take care of this conference, we will need the conference venue, we need attendees, we need speakers, we need publicity, we need delegate handouts, we have conference logistics. What is the derivation? In other words, what are the components that make us to be able to fulfill this requirement? First of all, we should have selected subject matter experts. We should be able to market properly and do public relations. If we did all of these three, then we'll be able to achieve this, right? And then what are the development skills required to do this? We need skills in conference management, we need skills in marketing, and we need skills in public relations. What are quality expectations? Priority one from the customer is that it should be professional in style, funded by attendees, and address the needs of members from beginning to end. From beginning to experienced professionals, to experienced professionals. Number two, the event should provide a forum for networking. Number three, repeat attendance in future events is generated from satisfied members. So if we're going to continue, we want to be able to ensure that members are satisfied, so we'll know whether we will continue with this kind of program. And then priority two should be that the speaker should be chosen on the basis of their knowledge, experience, and expertise. They are here to teach us and not to deliver a sales speech. The training should be interactive in style, and it should also be held in a central location, thereby minimizing travel. And then acceptance criteria and project level tolerances. The cost should be covered by attendance fees. There should be a minimum of 80 to 100 delegates. That's plus or minus 20%. Right? Minimum 80, maximum, so we have plus or minus 10%. Sorry, plus or minus, plus minus 10%. Let us assume we have 90. Okay, so we have 90, right? Let's assume that the goal is going to be 90. That means plus a minimum of 80 and a maximum of 100 is fair enough. More than 50% of the presentation should be interactive. That's our tolerance level. And then that's 80 to 100 is our tolerance level. The speakers of the program must be approved by the editorial board, and they should represent the members of the interest of the members. And then attendee satisfaction survey should indicate that 70% are satisfied enough to attend the next conference or recommend it to their colleague. And then the hotel venue should be within 3 miles of a main train station. Acceptance method, there's going to be preliminary acceptance based on approval by the editorial board, an independent assurance that attendee numbers can be able, and conference costs will be able to what cover the cost of the program. And the final acceptance will be based on what end project report, providing evidence that what the acceptance criteria were met. And then acceptance responsibilities, it will be the senior user and the executive that will confirm acceptance. So this is what the product-based planning. Look at, I don't know if you can see this, but let me expand this. This is like a work breakdown structure. The only difference is a product breakdown structure. You can see that on one level we have what? The conference. So this is the conference. Can you see it?
Yeah.
This is the conference, and these are the composition, which is what we need: venue, attendees, we need speakers, publicity, we need delegate handouts, and then what conference logistics, and so on and so forth. Right? Now, this is what previous conference lessons or lessons learned. And then this is going to be the composition of each, right? So this is what the product group. The product group is what venue, attendees, speakers, publicity. The specific product to be created will be what venue requirements, candidate venues, or in other words, the venues we're going to use. We'll assess the venues and then we'll select and book venues. All of this under what selection of venue. And then for attendees, we'll send mailing lists and get responses. This means that they are what external products. External products are what things that must be done from outside the project. So we will send mailing lists to outside people. We will get responses from outside people. And based on that, we would have to wait. You can see an external dependency. And then we'll have to wait to be able to what for responses to book arrangement and create a final attendance list. So this is basically it. This is the product group. These are the products, and of the products, these are what external products. Are we together?
Yeah.
Okay. Happy?
Yeah, I'm here.
You seem unusually happy today. Happily quiet.
I'm just hungry.
You're hungry. You're hungry.
I'm sorting it.
Hope you are not also angry, because
Oh.
a hungry man is an angry man. Okay. So one of the things we are going to do will be to create what? So we're going to select a product, and then we're going to create what? A mind map. One of the things we can use, we can create a product breakdown structure or a mind map, right? Now, I want you to also, we can do a product breakdown structure, but I want us to do a mind map, right? In this case, we'll consider what? These are the product group very much. So you can see product group, product group, product group, product group, right? These are product group. And then you can see the products where we're identifying whether they are what? Internal or external products. Hold on just a minute. My laptop is showing me that it's time to go off. Okay. Right. Okay, so what we are going to do, I'm going to show you a very interesting application that you can use to perform project work. Just a minute, my Miro app. Okay, so what I would expect you to do now would be to create a product mind map. So this is what a friend of mine did recently. She did an event management project and then created what? These are the products. But in this case, since we don't have an opportunity to identify, this is product category, and these are what the products. But in this case, since we don't have an opportunity to indicate internal and external, you would what? Find a way to indicate whether it's an internal product or it's an external product.
What do you mean by internal and external product?
Internal product is a product that is a product category or a product that you can do inside. So it's something that we create inside. But for instance, a product like we're going to
And not
send, yes,
us.
yes, that is not dependent on us. It's dependent on external factors. It's going to be what? External product. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
I want to show you also see, look at this very wonderful, beautiful mind map that one of my students.
Okay, I can see the.
Yes, I want to create a new canvas for you. So both of you can. So what project are we going to work on first of all? What project
Are you married?
Am I married?
Are you married?
Yes, I'm married. Why?
We will have done your
Ah, but I'm not opposed to taking a second wife.
okay. Yeah, let's do
I'm joking.
your wedding preparation.
Ah, okay. Ah, my wedding preparation. Okay, so let's create another one, right? Okay, yes, you could do that. Wedding preparation. Or instead of wedding preparation, let's do we could do my system doing it like this. Trying to create a new mind map.
Happy is asking, what is the name of this program?
This mind mister.
My what?
Mind mind
Okay.
meister
Miss.
or
My
meister.
mm.
Hold on, let me see. Sometimes I have my problems. I have problems finding my way around. But it's a very good application. Another application I use to create visuals is one beautiful one to call them. Maybe I can just delete this thing. I can delete. Okay, so you create your event. I'm going to share my screen with you so that you can work from this point on. So I'm giving who's going to work and who's going to advise. You could use event management, you could change it, right? But is it happy? So Chooks is joining us for the first time. I want Chooks to work on the product development. So if you want to add a child, you could do what you call it A. If the child is going to have other children, you call it B, right? If that child is going to have a sibling, you call it C. Do you understand? If this one is going to have another child again, or this will have a sibling, you will call it D, right? And then you will continue. If there are other levels you want to develop this to, you could just hit what? This. Okay, undo. So just find your way around it, right? This will give us more of this. But if we did something like this close to here, it will create what? Another one from event management. We could say what? E. So just use this pattern to be able to what? Break down the project into what? Various activities, right? And various products. Then identify which one is going to be an internal product and identify which one is going to be an external product, and I'll be with you. The control of my screen is with you, Chooks. So work with Happy, and then let's create this. Thank you very much. I'll be with you in 15 minutes. Taking a 15-minute break.
Do I have I don't think I have control.
You have. That's why you're dragging my screen with me.
Really?
Are you not noticing you're dragging? I'm trying to control it. So just hold on a second. Leave the cursor.
Okay.
Okay, I want to do something. All right, take back the cursor.
Tricks.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So the event is your second wife wedding, no?
We can call another event now.
Mm.
Let's call it another name.
Let's call it Chuk's second wife.
No, I don't need second wife. Because now like play they start. That's why I did what is written. Have you used it before?
No. I have a similar app on my phone. Just double click on.
I'm double clicking. Like I can't change the what is there.
Go look at that place. Upgrade now. I think you can change it from there.
Upgrade
Like,
now. No.
on the
Yeah.
drop down. See drop down. Okay, no. Let's just leave the event manager right and just try to create something.
Okay. Okay. So what will happen in the event is
So under that A,
is it
under that A, let's put full and green.
under this A, right?
Like what A is double click on A and edit it and put full and green.
I'm not able to click on all those ones. It's only this one that has E. Okay, so we have A. This is not working well.
You can't edit that A.
No, I cannot edit that.
You can't.
Okay. Hmm.
Just double click on it. So you think because I turn to text.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Good. And let me see where that one come on.
To work on. Okay, so click. Let us leave the A and the E that I did, and let us start creating new ones. Click outside. See edit caption.
Where is it?
That is the self edit caption. Also.
Okay, that place that I left. Okay, let's leave it like that. A, B, C, D, E, right? So here,
So beneath A, app plus.
okay,
Now let's edit now. Put food and drink here.
that is this new one, right?
Yes.
So this come. Oh, I can't type. Why? I cannot type one.
Mm. Are you seeing what's it called? Are you seeing the share screen option?
Yeah.
Or click on the drop down under take control of screen. You see annotate. The thing is not about keyboard.
I've seen annotate here.
Can you see? Okay, no, it's not here. It didn't show here. It showed yesterday. If you try to type, what does it do?
It's not even giving me the option to type.
Let me see. Can I? If I request control, can you give me?
Wait, let me get this one away first. If you click on all these boxes,
See, go to the event management the other side. Let's go and create on that node the other side.
as in this, can you see my cursor?
I can see your cursor. Click on the event management.
I'm clicking on it.
Can you do a new one? Because what you're doing, I'm not editing, I'm just collapsing it.
Yes, it's not giving me. Okay, let me do a new one then.
Okay, so click on that plus.
Mhm.
It's not,
No, it's not.
okay, see the top part, the road event management. Okay. Click, see, edit caption there. After delete. Or see, press that plus. Oh, yeah, now type. Don't percent, just type.
Uh, Let me type the food and drink.
Yeah.
Food and drinks, right?
Yeah. And then click on the plus in front of it. No, not in front. Child there.
So what
The
is
right
this one?
Crest restaurant.
That's where the food is coming from.
Yeah. Then put a sibling to under.
Okay. Uh-huh. Okay. Then where is the plus sign again?
The plus sign beneath, not food and then beneath Crest restaurant.
Okay.
Put drinks 360.
Yeah.
Drinks 360.
Drink.
360. 360.
Right where the drink is coming from, huh? Drinks and what?
Troops.
Yeah.
So, let's do entertainment. Mhm. Thank you. Oh, close the door. The lights. Uh-huh. Chooks, sorry.
Yeah.
No. So this entertainment should be separate. It shouldn't be on that drink.
It shouldn't be here, right?
So entertainment should be something. So just delete it. Click on the entertainment box and click on entertainment, not the, click on the entertainment side. On the sentence itself.
No.
Double click on or right click. See that I can cut it. Cut it. Did you cut it?
I deleted it.
You have cut it, so we're just gonna paste it on the other side. Okay. So go to this event management again. No, food and drink. Where food and drink is. Click on the box on the this to create sibling. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Right. Click outside. Like the plus under now.
Sorry, network.
See the
Okay.
plus. Then put
Yeah, right.
entertainment here.
I think we should entertainment. Is here I want to put the plus. No. I want to put it under this place. I want to put something under here. I want to put something like okay. No. Okay. Add sibling. Why are you adding here? Why? This I want it to be here, not here.
That means you create DJ for the sibling for the DJ.
Okay, I should create it under DJ, right?
Yes.
Okay.
You what I was afraid. That's what I wanted us to do on the other side. So it won't be cutting.
I don't want to scroll down, so to delete.
Just press delete button now. Press control D or something.
Um, control.
Or see, open the menu again. Open the menu on MC. Cut.
Control F.
I don't think shortcut is working good. Controlling the screen. Just click on the cut. It's not cutting.
No.
How are you deleting since?
Okay, so once I find it like this, I scroll down. But I also want to, I'm not able to scroll down. Or under, you will see delete.
So as you clicked on that cut, what did it do?
It's not even highlighting. Okay.
You're going out.
Um, This one is quick to come out. I want it here, not here. I mean, I want to have the plus here.
No, the plus is not there. The plus should be on DJ. Click on DJ. Right, click on the DJ. Yeah, click outside. No, not that plus. No. Click outside the box.
Okay.
One now. Nothing's happening.
No. Just for this thing to disappear now, eh?
Click on copy then. Then click on the plus down. And do MC again. Come in. Yes, madam. Please come and meet me.
I think this is the end of entertainment. So you have food from this restaurant, drinks from here, entertainment, you have DJ, you have MC, then what else you have?
We have clothes or so clothes that will be suit and bridal dress.
I can't even dictate to write another thing.
Go and right click on event management. Let's see. Yeah, click outside. Let's leave here. All right, click on it again. All right, click outside. Are you sure if you double click on it, it doesn't highlight?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, click on it now. Click on copy or something. And just leave there.
No, I don't want to.
Oh, yeah, check. See that plus there, child. That plus on the side.
This
Yeah.
one?
That
Um,
plus on the other side as well.
there's another plus.
Do it again. Let's see. Check the other side. If plus will come out. The other side.
No, there's no plus on this side. There's no plus on this side. I'm going to delete this one anyway. Uh-huh. So, decoration.
Come in. I think it should come back. Let's continue. This is taking long. So how do you differentiate the external and the internal?
Yeah, I got your question. Because I was expecting, that is why you are always saying we should click this side, eh?
I can't hear
Maybe
you. I
we
think
can
you're on
put,
mute too.
how can I be on? No, I'm not on mute. You can't hear me. You cannot hear me.
I can hear you now.
Okay. I said what I was thinking to differentiate is to put the on the other side by the left, eh? So that you have the internal by the right and the external by the left.
Hello?
Babe,
Did you call me?
no, please give my earphone to Stella. Have you left?
Where is the earphone? Is it inside your car?
It's at the side of the car there because my computer is connecting to it. It's at the side of the door in the car there. Yes. So just put it inside the case and give it to Stella. It's already late. His market is still open by this time.
I don't think so. I just want to go and try it. See if I can.
No
And
problem.
then I want to buy happy that drink. Yeah, no drink. That's and that was in the new health pharmacy.
No problem.
So you saw it.
You know what we use this thing for? OPM.
Yes.
The program is too heavy. It was slowing down my system.
Sorry, what's his name? Can he come back? I'm sure it's there. It's always online. What's his name, Chooks?
Name of who?
The facilitator.
Oh, sorry, I didn't ask him his name.
Amarachi, that's my name. I've been listening, but I cannot control my screen because you are holding the cursor. So what's the problem?
Your name is Amarachi.
Yes, sir.
You know why I asked again?
Why?
The only female that I hear be Amarachi.
I knew that was why you asked. Okay, so how is it going?
Okay, so first I'll tell you maybe also the internet is contributing,
Okay.
but the problem is adding okay, first is the external, right?
Yes,
When
please.
you want to do this event, you have the food and drink, you have the entertainment, you have the decoration.
Yeah.
All these are internal, right?
Yeah, all of them are internal. You do them yourself. If maybe you are expecting suppliers to do something for you, certain kind of vendors to do something for you, you're expecting certain kind of guests. So maybe one very big star is
No, no, all of them are actually external.
okay.
Because food and drink is outsourced to Crest Restaurant.
Okay.
No, food is outsourced to Crest Restaurant.
Yeah.
Drink is outsourced to Drink 360.
Yeah.
Entertainment is also outsourced to DJ.
Okay.
MC.
But it's
is
still under your control. It's not something that you need external approval to get done.
Okay.
So that's what I'm considering.
Oh, an example of something like now.
So whether you put P Square on your
The venue.
flyer, whether you put P Square on your flyer will depend on P Square confirming that they will be available on that day.
And also the venue.
And also the
venue.
venue.
Okay, so I want to put the venue now.
Okay, so go ahead.
How do you now put external? Since okay, these are all internal.
No, just write at the side external. As you're writing the task name, just put external on the side. And I will know.
Okay. So all of them will be at the same place. I can add another one.
Yes, you can.
Okay. What happened? It doesn't add.
Yes, click on that.
Yeah, I'm clicking on the. Okay, let me delete all these.
Remove any other distraction.
Maybe it's the internet.
Yeah.
Because I've clicked it many times now.
Wait, hold on. Can you? Rugberi is requesting control at any time by clicking on your screen. Rugberi, you wanted to do something with my screen?
No, that was before.
Okay, all right. Hold on. Let me do something. We just, Chukuma, remove your hand from the screen, please. Chukuma,
Okay.
remove your hand from the screen. Let me resolve a few things. Okay, so see if you can manage it now. All right, see whether you can create easily now. So on this, okay, great. So
I'm not seeing anything created, eh?
yeah, so put your cursor, hold on. Okay, so control is with you. All right, hold on just a minute. Okay. Okay, I just created a new one. So go
Okay,
ahead.
so
Okay, venue external.
venue, does venue still have anything? Venue is venue now. I think that is all. What I did, somebody need to do a party. Can't think of anything. Unless the service people. Well, the service people, let's say for drink and food, they are going to come with their drink and the food. So basically, that's what you need. Are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
Amarachi?
I'm here.
Yeah, I think basically that's what you need.
Yeah. Okay. So we've just created what you call a product breakdown structure, right? Using a mind map, you can use something like an what I showed you the other time, which is a product breakdown, right? Or you can use what? A mind map, right? So you've done that using a mind map. It should show internal product, it should show also external product. And let us go on to
Where are the activities?
the activities. Is the activities you indicated now in parts of the product? Is the
Because you
activity?
have the breakdown structure, WBS, and the activities. I think the activities they are now the smaller part, right?
Yes, so it's the things you are going to, there are major products and then there are minor products. After you have finished defining the products, then you define the activities that will be required to create the product.
Take each product.
Yeah, to create each product. Okay, so let's go on. Let's deal with the questions. Now, which of the following can be used by the project board has a baseline against which project progress can be managed or monitored on a stage-by-stage basis?
Stage plan.
Beautiful. Number 2, exception plans are not produced for which of the following?
Exception plan are not produced. Exception plan are produced for stage and project plan only.
Okay.
So they are not produced for initiation stage plan and work packages.
Okay, beautiful. So work packages is actually where the team manager works, which is where we create team plans. So yes, they are not produced for work packages. You're correct.
Also in the team plan, yeah.
Yes, because that's where the team plan works. And number 3, who is responsible for preparing schedules for each work package?
For preparing schedule, the project manager.
Okay, so the schedules for work packages is the project manager. Number 4, Prince 2 recommends.
But I'm confused. I just answered that. But I was of the opinion that is a team, there's no team manager, sorry.
No, there
The
are team
project
managers.
manager.
Schedule for each of the work packages going to be produced by the project manager. No, sorry, it's team manager, sorry. It's the team manager that handles work
Exactly, because
packages. Sorry, the schedule for the stage is the project manager, but the team manager handles everything that has to do with the work package. So he will determine how it's going to work. Develop.
Is there answer for this quiz? Maybe at the end of the document.
Yes, I will provide answers to the quiz. Number
No,
4.
but if I'm doing it on my own,
yes,
I
will send you a set of questions with answers. Don't worry about that.
Okay, but this one doesn't have answer on this document.
But I can also compile that and send to you. That's not a problem. Okay.
Super.
Okay. Then Prince 2 recommends how many levels of plan?
There are 3 levels.
3 levels of plan. Who approves the project's plan?
Project manager.
The project manager.
Who approves?
No.
How can the project manager?
Corporate program manager.
Are you sure? Okay, yes.
That's
project plan, right?
It's executive, yeah.
Okay. And
then there's another name for executive. What do they call
project board? That's when
project board, yes. Yeah.
Which of the following is not a correct step of project-based planning technique?
Project-based.
One of the following is not a stage under product-based planning technique.
Product-based.
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 Yes, we did that now. The answer is D.
It's not a work, it's product creation.
Yes, where we create the product description, write down breakdown structure, and then write down write down the product description. Number 8, team plans are optional. Their number and need will be determined by the size and the complexity of the project. True or false? True. Number 9.
True.
Dash plan is prepared for the appropriate management level to show actions required to recover from the effects of the tolerance deviation.
Extraction plan.
Beautiful. Number 10, in a dash plan, each element should be broken down to the level required to be adequate for day-to-day control by the project manager. Stage plans. That is good. That is good. Now, the next thing is what? Risk thing. Now, the concept of risk is what? How do we handle what? Uncertainty. Risk is actually a very key aspect of project management because due to the fact that we are trading something that doing something we have not done before, we're experiencing a higher level of risk than business as usual. What we want to do is to identify, assess, and control uncertainty, thereby what? Improve on our ability to deliver the project. Risk is an uncertain event or a set of events that can have impact on project objectives. Risk can be good and risk can be bad. Where the risk is favorable, it is an opportunity. Where the risk is unfavorable, it is a threat. Risk management would require that we use systematic procedures and processes to be able to identify and weigh risk. We want to identify, assess risk, and then plan and implement a risk response. First of all, we should have an approach or an organization's risk management strategy or policy. Usually, we might have at corporate or program level policies that might be approved. So this is an organization level risk management strategy or approach. So if there is one of such, you want to ensure that you do that. Another thing would be risk management strategy. How are we going to embed risk management in the project, right? We'll consider things like attitude, we'll consider things like risk appetite, and our industry style of managing risk. To be able to properly manage risk, we create what you call a risk register that will detail all the risk that we are likely to have on a project in the light of the unique identifier, which is what unique ID is, what like matric number, the unique identity for the risk that will enable you to know what risk it is. It should not change. Now, who raised the risk? When was it raised? What is the category of the risk? What's the nature of the risk? And what's the description of the risk? And what we want to do is to capture and maintain information on what? All the threats and opportunities. So these are some of the things that will be involved in a risk register. The risk event, the probability, the impact, proximity, how close is the risk, expected value, what is the financial consequence of the risk response category, what's the risk status, who is the risk actioner, and who is the risk owner, and what's our response, right? Now, there are 4 levels of what, or 5 levels of planning for risk. The 5 steps is that we're going to what? Identify the risk. The next thing we are going to do is what? Weigh the risk. When we say weigh the risk, we want to what? Assess the risk, evaluate the risk. There are 2 things: you estimate and evaluate the risk. And then eventually you're going to plan the risk response and implement a risk response. All the while you are monitoring and communicating what? The status of the risk. Now, one of the things you want to do is what? Identify context. The step of identifying is what? Identify context. Various contexts can provide risk. So it could be what? Government policy triggering a new set of risk. It could be what? Increase in what? Technology, or the introduction of a new technology that might what? Lead to what? A set of what? Risk events. The first step in what? Understanding the risk is to identify the context around which it happens. The second thing is to what? Identify individual risk, threats, and opportunities. A good risk, like I said, with positive or beneficial outcomes to project objective is a what? An opportunity. A bad risk with negative objectives or with negative impact to project objectives is a threat. Now, risk identification technique, there are a couple of things you use. Each lessons learned, checklist, prompt list to remind you, brainstorming with team members, and a risk breakdown structure can be used to identify risk. The same way product breakdown structure keeps us from forgetting certain product components, that's the same way a risk breakdown structure keeps us from not forgetting certain risk components. So consider that we have what? Maybe financial risk, which is money, and we break it down into currency risk. Is it possible that we are overextending credit or customer failure? What is the nature of customer failure? Could it be bankruptcy, failure to honor payment, or what? Breach of contract? Any of these ones we want to consider to be able to see how it will impact our project. So usually a risk breakdown structure will break down a risk. Let me see if I can do something like this. Right, a risk breakdown structure. I want you to use this, my risk breakdown structure today. And also, so generally in project management, we would identify 4 kinds of risk or 4 categories of risk, right? There will be what you call
non-unknown.
Yeah, no, oh, yes, there are known unknowns and there are known unknowns, but I'm trying to break down risk in ways.
Yeah.
I'm trying to break down risk in ways that you can easily see them. So I want to use a hierarchy to be able to what? Do a risk breakdown structure. Now the first side is going to be what? Risk on our project. Right, I'm going to take off this text, this small text. Take it off totally. All right, so we have what? Technical risk. We have what? Commercial risk. Technical risk. We have what? Organizational risk. We have what? External risk. And then we have what? Project management risk. Right, these are about four standard risks. We have project management risk. Now, technical risks are risks that come out from what? The techniques that we are using. So good example of technical risk will be what? Requirements, poor requirement collection, Things like what? Unfamiliar technology. Things like quality issues. These are all technical risks. Organizational risk is things like what? To what extent do they reach this project? What's the priority of the project? Things like, do we have dependency of the project? So what's the project dependent on? Dependency within the organization, right? And then what? Stakeholder attitude to the project can be what? An organizational risk. And then we could have what? External risk. So things like what? Government policy. Right? CBN regulation can be what? A risk. And then CBN regulation and so suppliers, risks that could emerge from suppliers, customers, even competitors creating a new product. Right?
I'll be talking about force majeure.
Yes, okay, so competitors we could even have force majeure. And then we of course have what you call project management risk that will come up from what? Our ability or inability to handle project management activities. E.g., if we estimate rubbish, problem. If we communicate nonsense, problem. If we plan nonsense, problem. Do you understand? So in project management activities, if we are not handling it properly, it's enough source of risk to the project. Are we together?
Yeah.
Then we consider it will be fine. Right? So these are all what? How projects, how we can what? Be able to what? Ensure that we do not what? Sleep or forget what? Any kind of risk. Now let's move on. So of course we have to identify risk as one of the first things. And then
So this thing you made now is called what?
A risk breakdown structure.
Okay.
Now, a risk cause will usually result in a risk event that might affect what? A project objective. A risk cause is the event that gives rise to risk. Risk event is the area of uncertainty in what? Opportunity or threat. And the risk effect is the impact that will have what? On our project objective. So due to the heavy rains, which is the risk cause, there is a probability of people being affected by malaria, which is a risk event, leading to what? Affecting our ability to what? Control malaria, which will be the effect. So risk cause will lead to what? An event that will what? Affect what? Objectives. Now, under assessing risk, don't forget we have identified risk by identifying context and identifying what's the individual risk. Next thing we want to do is what? Estimate risk. We want to what? Assess the risk in terms of probability and impact. And based on this, we want to what? Evaluate the net effect, in other words, to be the financial effect of the risk on our project. So we have what? The probability impact grid that would what? We would use to what? Rank whether a risk is what? High or low. Very much like a 2x table, you will run your calculations, or you will run let me pick a 2. You will run maybe 1 against 1, let's say 5 against what? 6. You can see 5 against 6 is what? Medium. You can see 8 against 7 is still medium. But you can see 10 against what? 9 is high. You want to avoid any risk within the red category. You want to build mitigation or do heavy mitigation. You want to what? Watch and manage carefully risk in the medium level, while risk in the low and the green areas are generally safe. Right? The next thing you want to do will be to what? Plan. In other words, prepare management responses specifically to be able to what? Minimize threats and maximize opportunities. And these are the risk strategies that we have. Avoid simply means there are 2 ways to respond to risk. Right? Okay, first of all, let me say what? That there are other kinds of what? Response. When a risk response does not remove all of the risk, it leaves what you call residual risk. So if you have an 80% chance of, a 90% chance of NEPA taking light, if we implement risk response, then it actually means that the risk of power outage might drop to maybe 5%, but it will not totally.
Sorry, Happy.
Yeah, I'm
Hello.
here.
Can you on your camera? Something just entered my mind now. Sorry. Huh?
No, no problem.
He knows what entered my mind.
Okay.
I'm here.
Yeah, I just want to be sure. It's easy to sleep, eh?
Okay. So there is what? There's residual risk. I like the way you two look out for one another. You are more than friends. You guys are brothers. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now, so there are residual risk. When you have implemented a level of what risk planning, then it's also possible that what risk response is also possible that there are what remainder risk. That is what you call residual risk. And then there is secondary risk, where your risk response does not totally eliminate the risk, but then risk is still very, very present. That's what secondary risk, or sorry, a consequent risk, where your risk response, remember I said residual is where a generator reduces the risk from 90% to 10%. But the secondary risk is the new risk that will come with owning a generator. Things like what? Carbon monoxide poisoning.
Carbon monoxide
Poisoning.
pollution.
Beautiful. Pollution, noise pollution.
Noise.
Exactly. So these are what? Secondary risk. And then we have what? Response type. We have response for what? Opportunities, and we have responses for threat. For threat, you avoid, meaning whatever it will take, whatever event or situation will bring about the risk, you just Kokoma do not do it at all. You avoid it. The second is to what? Reduce. Reduce is to what? Reduce the likelihood of the impact or mitigate it. The third is what? Fall back, right? A fire extinguisher is a very good example of a fallback position. It reduces the impact. It does not reduce probability, because the fire will not happen before you can use a fire extinguisher. So what it will do is what is a fallback, it reduces impact. Transfer reduces impact only, and often only financial impact, where we tell our suppliers, outsourcing, beautiful. So outsourcing, when we tell our suppliers to do certain things, or when we give to insurance agents. And then it's also possible that we can decide to what? Share negative risk, right? In other words, it's a 50-50 or 70-30% share of a risk. And then we can decide to what? Accept the risk, usually when it will not do anything bad to us, significant bad. And then under what? Opportunity responses for good risk, we can decide to what? Exploit the risk. We can decide to exploit simply means you're doing everything possible to what? Capitalize on what? The benefits of the risk. Enhance the risk means that you're increasing what? The probability and the impact of that risk happening. And then of course we have share, and then of rejection of what? A positive risk, if it probably would what? Involve too much that would not benefit the organization.
Or create a secondary
or secret, exactly, or create a secondary risk. Now, the next thing you want to do will be to what? Implement what? Response. We've planned responses, right? Next thing you want to do will be to what? Implement response. Ensure that we have responses and there are clear roles and responsibilities in managing risk. The two main areas are going to be what? The risk owner, who's responsible for managing and controlling the risk that are assigned to them. It's expected that they should understand the risk, the nature of the risk, so that they can be able to what? Be fully responsible. And then there is a risk actionee, who is what? Assigned to what? Carry out a response action to be able to what? Manage or handle the risk. The risk owner might be the risk actionee. He might not also be. But you always want to ensure that the risk owner is someone that understands end-to-end management of the risk. Are we together?
Yes.
Okay. One of the biggest challenges in risk is...
The risk owner can also not be the actionee.
Yes, it's possible that the risk owner is not the risk actionee. The risk owner is to understand...
Yeah, the word mitigation wasn't used at all. It's like they try to avoid it.
Well, generally, if you look at Prince 2, you will notice that Prince 2 tries its best to be different from project management. Even if they agree that if you look at it, look at, for instance, reduce is actually handling the word mitigation. Reduce is actually mitigate, but they use a different word. These are just ways these knowledge areas try to appear different from their competitors.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Another essential thing you want to ensure is that there should be communication about risk as much as possible, the negative impact, what has been done about the risk, how is it affecting project objective, is there any new or better way we can handle this risk? It's expected that you communicate as part of what? Risk management product. You want to communicate that in what? Highlight report, checkpoint report, end stage, end project, as well as what? Lessons learned, right? So it's important that what the communication step should ensure that what threats and opportunities faced is communicated both to what internal and external stakeholders using these reports. Now, a risk budget is a sum of money that is included in the project budget and is set to what respond to risk. To be able to what arrive at a risk budget, we need to what do a financial analysis, and we'll calculate what expected what monetary response for the risk, and then we will not make it part of the project budget, right? Now, because we have roles and
In
responsibilities.
that part, you now talk about contingency and
Contingency, exactly, right? Okay. So what you're going to do for me after this is going to be to develop a risk register. I will lead you through the first part of a risk register, and you will do the next part of the risk register. Amen?
Is there application for it or normal Excel?
Yeah, no, I will use a normal Excel. It's a simple thing. Normal Excel. Yeah, I'll hard code the instructions or what you need to do.
Okay.
All right. So let's go on. So the responsibilities with respect to the risk team, the project manager will create the risk management strategy, maintain the risk register, ensure that the project risks are identified, assessed, and controlled, participate in identification and assessment of risk, review the risk, that's the team manager, help us identify and assess the risk. Project assurance will review the risk strategy to ensure that they are performed in line with what? Project risk strategy. And then project support would what? Assist the risk manager in maintaining the risk register. Corporate and program will provide what? Risk management policies and guidelines at organizational level. The executive is responsible for all aspects of risk management and ensuring that the risk management strategy exists.
I have a question. Sorry.
Go ahead, please.
So whenever you're talking about roles and responsibilities,
Yeah.
You always differentiate the project manager, team manager, assurance, and support. These
Yeah.
other guys from this corporate and executive senior user, and so I also to find out what are they, what are these two separate
Which separate roles?
Yes,
What?
like I'm saying that these rules, corporate manager, are they a separate set of rules from the project manager and the team manager and all those guys?
Yes, that's like the organization's hierarchy, the top brass of the organization. So you will see them as well, maybe executive directors, very key stakeholders in the organization.
Okay, these are these guys here.
Yes.
Okay.
These are position people can apply for in a company.
Well, like I said, these are roles, right? Not exactly positions. They refer to roles.
Okay, what is the difference between position and role?
Well, the truth is that an executive, a lot of times, an executive is assigned to a Prince2 project to handle executive roles. But an executive in an organization can be an ED. So the ED of IT might be the person that is the executive in that our digitization project we discussed yesterday.
I get it.
Okay. And then we have the senior user that will ensure that the risks are identified and what controlled, especially risks to users. And then the senior supplier ensures that what risk related to supplier aspects are identified and controlled. Right. So these are basically them. And let us consider our quiz. Which of the following steps of risk management procedure runs parallel to other steps?
Runs parallel.
Yes, that we are doing it alongside as we are doing every other step.
Communication.
Beautiful. Number two, the purpose of the dash is to capture and maintain information on all identified threats relating to the project.
Risk register.
Beautiful. Number three, which of the following is responsible for carrying out a risk response action and responding to a particular risk or set of risks?
Responding. Actionee.
Actionee. Beautiful. Number four, which of the following risk response can be a threat or an opportunity?
A threat or opportunity. Which among them? A threat or opportunity. Share.
Share. Okay, yes, we share both words, threats and opportunity. Number five, which of the following is not a step in risk management procedure?
Check.
Check. So there is no check, right? Risk budget, if used to maintain, if used, is a sum included in the project budget. Is this true or a lie?
True.
Beautiful.
Sure.
Number seven, who maintains the risk register on behalf of the project manager? Trick question.
No support.
Yeah, because almost all of them are there now.
Yes, project support.
Project what?
Support. Is that what you said, right?
Mm.
And number
Yeah.
eight, a useful way of
But
expressing.
also the quality assurance.
No,
The
that
quality
one doesn't.
assurance guy, he doesn't, eh?
No, it's not his
No,
role.
project assurance, I mean.
Project assurance will
Okay.
just give best practices and might identify risk, but it's not the person that's going to be doing the day-to-day. Anytime you see the word maintain, it's for a lower level of management. What higher levels of management do is create, not maintain anything. Maintain means it's just like entering into a logbook. Okay. Number eight, a useful way to express risk considers which of the following aspects of the risk. So when we want to consider risk, how do we what understand or what explain risk issues? What are the steps?
Cost.
Okay.
I think I will take first is the event.
Okay.
Second is no, first is the cost. Second is the event. I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4.
I think it's 2, 3, 4.
2, 3, 4, right? Event, effect, and tolerance. And there's a cost. Root cost. There's cost.
Okay, I think the cost and event are the same thing.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, right? Amarachi.
Yeah, I'm mute. You're on mute.
Sorry, a risk cost will lead to a risk event that will have a risk effect. 1, 2, 3. It's 1, 2, 3.
So there's no tolerance.
No, risk tolerance is not in that step, that part of the what we touched. So when
Okay.
we're considering risk response, risk aspects, we're considering what? The risk cause, we're considering the risk event, and then the impact of the risk. Okay, so this is the only question that you have not gotten correctly out of 10. Let's see the other two. Which of the following management products is not used to communicate risk?
Project status account.
There is no project
I
status
like it.
account. Beautiful. No, we had checkpoint.
Project status
highlight.
account. Yes. I like, yeah, project status account. You're correct.
And then number 10, for risk management to be effective, risk needs to be
You can identify, you can assess, you can control and communicate.
beautiful. So that's it, right? So identify, assess, right? And no, we don't have
Control
control.
and communicate.
We don't have control. We have
Yeah,
identify.
you can't control risk. That's
We have assess. Control is not there. It's supposed to be implement.
implement, yes.
And then
As
communicate.
implement, yes.
You implement your response.
So it's one. Yeah,
1, 2,
implement.
4.
1, 2, 4. Yeah, that is there.
Hey.
Mm.
All right, so before we go to change team, because after change team, we'll go to progress. So these are the only things that's remaining of non risk. So change and progress. Now, I want you to build a risk register. It's going to be one of the most interesting things you will build in this, right? There's also a lot of things to learn in building what a risk register. Let me put that down. So what project are we going to use first of all? What project are we working on?
You can go back to the marriage, John.
Are you in this marriage?
It's just easier though.
Happy.
I don't understand. Happy and his marriage. Yet if you say he doesn't want to marry too.
The-
I'm you are the one that agreed that you're married.
No, I don't want again. I've changed my mind. I've changed my mind. Okay, so this is our risk register. I will share that with you very soon. Okay, so this is a risk register. One of the things we're going to do, so let's consider the event we were doing, right? So I'm going to have this deleted, and then I'm going to share my screen. Now you will notice something that a lot of things are, so we have, so let's assume this is an event for a party event, right? Now, of course, one of the risk ID is one. The risk event is going to be what? Failure to protect adequately against what? But that's not the risk event, that's cause. So risk events can be what?
That is this that will happen, right?
Yes, participants suing us for not complying to what? Let me even make this what? Food poisoning. Food poisoning. What's the
That is going
probability?
towards hygiene, eh?
Yes, so let's assume the probability is 25% and the impact is 9. The risk score is a combination of probability and impact. And then, of course, 0 to 3 is low. 4 to or 3 to 6 is medium. That's immediately after 3, 3.1. And then what? 6 to 9 is what? High, right? So of course, this is what? Low, right? So this is what? Low, low risk. How much are we exposed to financially? We could say what? We're exposed to what? 50,000 naira. And then,
How are these? These are just estimation. They are just estimation.
Okay, let me give you an example of risk exposure. There was a time I had to travel from Warri to Abuja, from Lagos to Abuja, and there was a risk of missing my flight. And then on my ticket, they said I was going to pay a surcharge of 10% on my total flight money if I missed the flight. I eventually missed the flight, and how much was exposed? Roughly about 10,000 naira of my flight money. That is the money that was exposed due to that risk event. Right? In this case, you could, of course, find a way to estimate it. And then your risk budget is going to be your probability multiplied by risk exposure. And then based on that, we're going to plan our risk response. Risk response for this should be what? Towards higher well-trained cooks, caterers, yes, or professional, well-trained professional caterers. And use what you call quality standards in the food ration. Who's going to be the risk owner? The risk owner might be what?
The caterer.
The caterer. Who's going to be the risk actionee?
Okay, no. The risk owner will be the event organizer.
Okay, let's say that the risk event organizer.
Then the actionee will not be the caterer.
Okay, so the actionee will be what? The caterer, and the caterer, and what? And maybe Dr. Happy. Dr. Happy Arun, their father.
Please, can you put actionee on top of the risk?
Yes, I'm going to do that. Actually, Dr. Happy Arun, their father. Oh, yeah. So I've done one. You will do the other 9. So we'll usually fill this up to 10. So do the other 9, and let's go. Over to you. Control my screen. It's Chuku.
No, that one is taking time.
What?
It's taking, as in the control screen takes time, so I think we'll just call it. Let's just call it. So
that would be like me. Okay, let Happy do it. If he's worrying you, I'm going to be here. If he's worrying, then I would just take it back. But the first objective that you people try your hands on these things. Happy's already doing it. So I'm here. If there's a challenge. Hey, Happy.
What?
Which one is runaway bride?
It's not a wedding.
When it's a wedding, it's a risk. But I mean, who goes into wedding planning for risk of runaway bride? Is that how unhappy the woman is?
There can be change of mind, late minute change of.
Okay.
Happy, that is 0%, eh?
50%. Akalu. Yeah, happen. If it happen.
Impact. That impact is 10.
Catastrophic.
Impact 10. Category I. Medium.
Right. He said 0 to 3 was low. And it was medium. And it was high. If it's a 5, it's going to be I think that's what that meant, right? Choose.
Yeah. So 5 is medium, yeah. Amount is what multiplied by what? I think there's a formula there.
No, amount. I think amount was just was tentative. Not great. What do you think?
That one, 1 billion or
Really?
yeah, you should think of how much you invested in the wedding now.
I don't think I can undo. Okay.
Oh,
So the response.
the groom should what?
Be nice to your
Yes, be nice. Very important. So
who's the risk owner?
the risk owner is the groom.
Okay, so in this kind of situation now, can the risk owner be the same person as the person?
Yes, like I said, the risk owner can be the same person as the risk actually.
So yeah, okay. Yeah, Chooks, give me another one.
Another one is we can say risk of what now? Missing your flight?
It's going to be low risk now.
Yeah.
The impact is 10 as well.
Mm.
But if you miss your flight, you miss the entire wedding. So category is low. No, this can't be high now, but you can actually just reschedule, huh?
Yeah, dependencies. If you don't miss the next activity.
That you buy another flight.
Okay. If the new flight you want to buy, we allow you catch up.
Yeah. I'm trying to understand this risk budget and risk exposure. Can you explain it to us, please?
Risk budget, okay, all right. Now risk budget is created from risk exposure. How much is exposed multiplied by the probability of that exposure occurring is going to be what? Your risk budget. You're going to build this into the budget and take it in, right? So yes, you're going to what? Create a budget for what the amount that will be exposed. If the risk should happen, how much are we going to lose? What is the expected monetary value of
And
what?
it's a function of the probability, right?
Yes, it's a function of the probability against
I'm
what?
saying it's the exposure. Is the exposure the likelihood of it? Is this monetary value of likelihood of it happening, or what?
Yes, it's on the likelihood of it happening. So how
So
much
this
are we going? How much are we going to lose if this thing
Huh?
happens? So we'll take the money we are likely to lose if this thing happens and multiply it by the probability of this thing happening.
Okay. Okay. I got tricks another one.
Risk of still on the wedding, right?
Mhm.
Is it still on the wedding?
Anyone, any risk.
Risk of okay, risk of exceeding your budget.
Yes, okay. This is highly likely. Yeah.
Yes, can happen.
That the impact will be low. And they say impact 1 to 9. Why would we put in 10? What's the impact? The impact is low now of exceeding budget.
Yeah.
All right.
The exposure.
You have to overspend. Maybe 150,000. 50,000.
I think we've done enough. I think we should continue.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go. Now, hey, 4. This is going to be the legendary risk register. Nobody has ever given me 4 before. Nobody. Nobody has ever given me 4 before. So, I don't know. Don't make it perfect. Just put risk. You people can think of risk. Wrong things that can happen in a party. Don't give me 4 risk. Please, because don't give me 4 risk. In my history handling this thing, I've never, let me show you risk register that I've done with people. How will that guy explain this thing? Hold on, I'm coming. See risk register I've done with people. Nobody has ever given me 4 risk. I'm coming.
Okay, happy, let's continue. Right. Room, arriving late.
Okay, see risk register of PMP people. Let me just show you so you know that I'm not capping. Look at this. Look at this is risk. You can see that 1 to 10. They even added 11. Do you get? Nobody has given me 4 risk before. You people are going to be the biggest legends to give me 4 risk. I don't worry, you can do this. Don't make it, it doesn't necessarily need to be perfect, but it should show understanding of the concept.
Okay, risk of groom arriving late to the wedding.
I can't, oh, the annotate is on or something.
Annotate, let me take it up. Okay, hold on, just chill now. Hold on. All right, go ahead.
It's still there.
No, it's not. I've removed it.
Okay.
Just ignore that yellow.
The impact is low as well now.
Yeah.
Oh, liquors, extra drinks. People
No. Room arriving late. Yeah.
Extra drinks,
How?
So they also, people have to keep drinking. Wait, you know.
Wait. Okay, yeah, that's true. Yeah, put it now.
So how much?
100K.
It's a response.
We make all logistics now. Logistic plan, then also leave the house there early. Best man. Ashani is the best man.
Yeah.
Power outage during the event. They should bring premium renters.
The impact of
Enjoy.
this one. It costs you how much the rent again? 250K.
Yeah. Respond, get the backup generator.
Yeah. Happening.
Risk of drink stealing. Theft. Theft. Stealing of drinks or stealing of food.
Probability is high.
Therefore, there is always drink and food.
This risk, for example, will it cost us.
You need to buy more if you finish.
No problem. Is madam or how much will it cost?
150.
or strict use of meditation.
Yeah. Well, you put security, eh?
Yeah. Who's the risk on a bride and groom?
Yeah. Event organizer.
Is the owner?
Bride and groom, the Ashani is the event planner.
Yeah. You can't copy and you can't do control V and all those things. Yeah, you're controlling screen.
Yeah, because I don't know your keyboard.
Yeah. It's not even typing again. Okay.
How many do we have?
I think it's okay. We have like 8.
Yes. Amarachi, don't worry, we'll break the record.
We have 7. It's okay. It's okay. You know, we still have a lot of minutes to go. Okay, I
Hello,
still wait.
Amarachi. When is the class ending? If it's not ending, I think we should take some break. Hello, Amarachi, are you there?
Archie has gone for a break himself. Huh? Come on, write this thing again, please. So, do you take a 15 minutes break and come at 7?
He's not there. Yeah, we'll wait.
Because we can use this time is not around to break instead of.
Yeah.
What's the challenge? Hello? What's the challenge?
Fatigue, fatigue.
When is the class supposed to end?
What's the challenge? Oh?
The challenge was fatigue.
Happy you lost control?
No, I didn't.
Hello? Hello?
We can hear you. We can hear you. Can you hear us? It's like you cannot hear us. Huh?
Because I think he's not using his earphones.
Mm.
Hello?
It's tight for him.
Your earphones.
Hello, can
You
you hear
forgot to
me?
put on your
Yeah,
earphones.
sorry.
Yeah, well,
Okay, sorry, please. Okay, so what happened now? You lost control.
no, we just took break.
Okay, now it's just remaining three.
It-
It's just remaining
When is the class? When is the class supposed to end?
9 o'clock. So we have 1 hour 30 minutes to
So
go.
we need like a 15 minutes break, please. The stretch is too. The stretch is.
There's
You
no
want
break
to
in
take it?
between.
You want to take a 15-minute break?
Yes, please.
Okay, so just finish up to 10. Let's round this up and then you take a 15-minute break.
You want us to do more? 7, not okay.
No, it's 10. 10 is what we do.
10, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, let's continue. Let's finish it.
Okay.
What did we end? Theft of drink and food.
Theft of the it's like
Yeah.
I think this party is going to happen in Oshodi or Ajegunle.
I don't think I have control anymore. I can't. Okay. I got tricks. One more.
Mm. Disappointment of venue. Eh?
It's not likely because it's assumed that we've paid. But the impact will be very high if it happens.
Mm.
So it's medium. The exposure will be in the range of getting on that hall to like 2.5 million.
Yeah.
Food not sufficient. DJ not showing up.
That's a bad one. What of fire?
Okay, let's put that one. I'll add one, 11.
And then stop that. I have stop that. I'm right, so we're done.
Great. The two things I'm going to add to this is net impact. Sorry, prioritization and net impact before you go. So what's prioritization? You see this risk score? This tells us whether it's high, medium, or low. One of the things you want to do will be to sort. So let me show you how we can sort, right? You put this and then you go to a data, you go to sort, and then you go to data, you go to sort, right? And then you are dealing with risk score is column E, right? And then you are sorting based on cell values, largest to smallest. This will help you prioritize what? The risk, such that only the major risks are going to be what? Up. And then minor ones would what? Come down. Are we together? So,
Yeah.
so that enables you to be able to what? Pay attention to what? Risk. I usually color code high risk to be red, and color code medium risk to be amber, and color code what? Low risk to be green. But I didn't do that on this slide. Please forgive me. The next thing I want to consider is, right, all of these are going to be on the risk budget. But then there's another thing you want to consider. If a risk is a negative risk, that's when you add to the risk budget. But when there is a risk and it's positive risk, so for instance, our risk budget is 8 million, right? But then there is a positive risk that Forex is going to what? There are going to be gains made in Forex and in foreign exchange. So Forex risk positive, let's assume it's what? Going to be a positive risk, right? Naira is going to gain against the dollar, which is not probable, right? And let's assume it was 65% risk with what? And a 9% impact. You can see it is what? High. right? Now you see this risk exposure, how much is exposed? Let's assume 200K is exposed, right? Our risk budget is going to be what? Now this is it. Instead of, once it's a positive risk, we subtract it from risk budget. We do not add positive risk to risk budget. We subtract it from the risk budget because it means that the risk, it's not a danger. This is what? An opportunity. So this is a gain. So we do not
So
add
that
it to the,
means that means like for now you can get more money to even
exactly
be able to avoid
certain
like
kinds
the
of
power issue and all that. Okay.
yes. So that's just what I wanted to handle. Prioritization and how positive risk are handled. So go for your 15-minute break and let's return at 7:45.
This is my bag, and I'm buying your American.
Let's return at 7:45 and let's do the rest of the class.
Okay.
All right. You said it's 15 minutes, right?
Yeah.
So 7:50 then.
Yeah.
Let me get back to class. Are we together?
Yes, we are.
Okay, so welcome back. Now we are on to the change theme. Now, what is
there?
is it what?
Happy, are you there?
Well, happy
You're not there.
is not there. Okay, so it's was it for we said we were going to come back by 45 or 50. I think it was 50. Was it 45 or 50?
50.
Okay, sorry. That means I rushed it.
It was 50.
Okay, so let's
It
give
was
it.
50.
Okay, so let's give it time. 5 minutes then.
I'm here though. We can continue.
So we have what? Change theme. Now, what do we understand by change theme? What does change mean in project management? Now, consider projects from this perspective. Projects bring about change and they are affected by change. But change is not a problem in project management. What is the real project in project management is uncontrolled change. As far as you can be able to identify and bring change under control, then you have no problem because then you'll be able to manage the impact of the change, right? Key terms would include configuration management, which is everything we do to create, maintain, and control change throughout the lifetime of the project. Configuration item is any entity or any component of the product that is subject to what change or configuration management, right? And then a release is a complete and consistent set of projects or products that are well tested and released at the same time. There's some terms you want to get used to. For instance, issue is any relevant event that has happened that wasn't planned and requires action. Issue and change control procedures ensures that all issues that affect project baselines must be what? Identified, assessed, and approved or rejected, right? Issue and change procedures enable us to what? Quantify, manage change, and integrate change into the project. The three kinds of issues. First of all, a request for change. Hello?
What's the difference between the last two?
Between what?
The last two.
Between last two.
The last two things. You said there are three things you have to identify, but the last two are the
No, it's just a repetition of issue and change control. First of all, you want to identify, assess, and approve a change, right? And then the second thing is you want to ensure that it is what? Integrated into what? Configuration management system. Otherwise, you will create an anomaly, right? Now, first of all, request for change is where we want to change the baseline of the product. So although it is not specified in corporate branding standard, corporate logo should be shown in greeting cards sent out to existing customers of a corporate organization. All specification is where should be provided by the project, but where it is not currently provided or is forecasted not to be provided. This might be what a missing product or a product not meeting a specification. For instance, the corporate organization specified in the contract that all greeting cards should be in color. However, the first 20 were printed in black and white. Project manager raised this issue and the supplier had to reprint those 20 cards in color. That's an off specification. And we have problems or concerns, which are any other issue that the project manager might need to what escalate or what review. For instance, advice from a team manager that has taken ill, and as a result, the end date of what the work package will slip. Now, approach to change, right? One of the first things we want to do will be to what? Establish controls, right? So how do we, when we talk about what? Establish control, we should first of all begin by setting baselines. and then what? Ensure that there is a procedure for making changes. Configuration management, when there are changes to configuration, it would mean that we would be expected to change configuration strategy, product, status, account, daily log, issue register. We are expected to update these what? Products with what? The changes, right? Now, the configuration management strategy explains what? Defines how configuration management will happen. Now, let me explain what configuration management is. Right? If you all the processes we use to implement a change to a project or a product is going to be part of what our configuration management system, plan, strategy, or procedure. It will usually have to do with both updating the project's product or slash and updating the project's document. Let me give you an example. So if you had if you're building a 3-bedroom flat, so you're expected to construct a 3-bedroom flat, you have a statement of scope, you have a statement of cost and schedule that would be entered into your budget, into your plan, your architectural plan. All of a sudden, there was a change requesting that you put a swimming pool, for instance. It will affect what your scope, your schedule, your cost. So not only are you going to change the product, you will also change the documents. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so when you are changing the products as a configuration item, you are going to be what? Changing the documents. So you have version 1, version 2, version 3 of your plans. The same thing happens with any product. When you have to what? Make changes to what? The products or component of the product, what we'll call a configuration item. You want to make sure that you have a configuration management strategy and a configuration procedure to be able to what? Ensure that you are always what? In touch with what? The right updates, and that the product status account, which is the current state of the product, is always what? Very clear. Right? So we will have what? Issue and change control procedure, the tools to be used, how we will keep records, what we will measure during what? Performance procedures, timing of configuration and issue management, and then the roles and responsibilities for managing change. Right, okay, so the people in charge of what? Accepting, rejecting, or deferring a change is the project board. However, the project board might not need to address every change. They can decide to set up what? A change authority that what? Delegated with the responsibility of what? Handling or approving certain levels of change. Now, it depends on the size. Now, it's also possible that we will set aside a change budget to be able to what? Handle what? Changes or fund the cost of changes. Now, key items is going to be what? Configuration item record, which is the record that will inform us on what? The status, the version, and the variant of the configuration item. So let us assume we are getting a phone, right? That this is a phone. The phone is going to, this is our phone. We're going to make changes to the memory or the space. All right, so the memory size, right? We're increasing the memory size. Not only are we going to increase the memory size, we're going to what? Update what? The documentation, e.g. the project plans and the project, the product description, and so on and so forth. We'll update those with what? Those changes. Right? Configuration item records is going to what? Carry what? The status of the change, the version and the variant of what changes to each configuration item. The phone or its components that is changed is the configuration item. The configuration item records is what will carry what? Records of the changes that have happened to a configuration item. The product status account is going to tell us what? Information about the current state of the product. What's the latest version number of the product, right? The report would cover what? The entire stage, project, or history of a particular product. Now, daily log are used to record what? Informal issue. They require actions or significant events noted in but they are not noted in what? Prince2 registers or log. They are dealt with what? Informally by what? The project manager. It's maintained by the project manager. Then we may have what? More than one daily log, as what team managers may have what? For their work packages. And then we have issue register. Unlike daily log that is used for informal issue register is to capture what information that must be managed formally. The issue register should be what? Monitored by the project manager. And then we have an issue report that will describe what? The change, description of what the change, impact assessment and recommendations on how we are going to what? Manage the change. Whether it's going to be a request for change, resolution of an off specification, or what? Handling what? A problem or concern. So the process for configuration management, first of all, is that we would plan. We determine the level of configuration management required to manage what? The project. Next thing is we are going to what? Identify components of the projects that
Please,
are...
can you go back to the last slide?
Okay.
So, issue register, issue reports. What is the major difference?
Issue register captures. Issue report will take from the issue register and communicate what needs to be done. So we're creating a report on, okay, so based on the issue register, these are the issues, the current state of the issues. Now, how are we going to what? Deal with them? The impact of what? A change. We raise a change request. This is the impact. This is an off specification. This is a problem or a concern. How do we what? Manage it? So it's taking the issue register further towards what? Resolution. Okay. All right, so the first thing is what you want to what? To determine what your configuration management what? Level and your configuration management systems, right? Which will consider what? Organization standard and policies. The second thing, we will identify what components that will be what? Changed or that will require change control. Usually we have what? A coding system and a unique identification for each what? Configuration item. So think of a phone maybe. The memory would be what? A configuration item. The screen will be a configuration item. The look would be a configuration item. Anything that can be subject to change, that is a characteristic or a component, will be a configuration item. Another thing is we want to what? Have a baseline. And then if there are going to be changes to the baseline, we want to ensure that we have been able to define the appropriate people that can what? Approve changes to the baseline. Otherwise, everybody is just going to be running haphazard. Everybody can do whatever they want, right? And then status accounting is that what is the current and historical what? Data. Now, if we decide to change this phone by increasing the memory size or increasing the space or changing it from 3G to 4G, imagine how confusing it would be to have changed this, but the documents were still old. So the document for planning the product is saying that this is a 3G phone and we have upgraded, or the cost document is saying it's costing 2.5 million to build this product, but the impact of the change has increased it to 3.5 million. Who understands what I'm talking about? It's like I said, the product have moved faster than the documents, right? You want to ensure that you are what? Reporting current and historical data, and you are what? Maintaining, in other words, properly recording what? Product status. And then of course, we want to what? Review and check the actual status against what? What is recorded in the configuration item record. You want to ensure that there is what? Consistency in the development of the product and what is recorded in the configuration item record. Now, how do we handle what? Change control. First of all, it is important that we have a change control board. The project board can handle change control. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
So the project with you, I said CCB, change control boards.
Yes, CCB, right? Now the change control board, right? It's very, very possible that the project board can handle what? Change control, right? Or they can delegate it depending on the size. The steps we'll take will be to capture, examine, propose, decide, and implement. Capture means that you would what? Record, first of all. Notice that daily logo, issue register, and issue report are utilized to what? Provide what? Documentation, right? Now, would of course capture the issue time and determine this the severity, the priority, and then log it into the register. The next thing is that we're going to what? Assess the impact of this by what? Examining to what extent it will affect our project objectives and our business case. Request for advice from the project board. The next is that we're going to what? Propose whether we should what? Make a change. To identify options, right? And evaluate what options, right? Do we really need to do this? What will be the impact, right, on we've calculated the impact. Next thing we will say is, okay, do we really need to what? Change this thing? What if we did not go this way? What if we went this other way? Right, we're going to be what? Evaluating options. And then if maybe the power to carry out that change is beyond your delegated authority, you want to what? Escalate. If it is within, then you would what? Deal with the decision of whether to approve, reject, or defer. Note that for certain levels of change, the project manager can act, but at certain size, he would have to what? Escalate. Also, when the changes are expected to be very much on the project, it's possible that what? We will be required to what? Create what? A change control board that will be separate from the project board to what? Assist them in what? Handling certain levels of changes, right? And then of course, one of the things we can do can be what? To request for advice or an exception report. If you remember, an exception report is created when we consider that we cannot meet the objectives of that stage. So if we see that we cannot meet the objectives of the stage, we raise what? An exception. And based on raising an exception, we'll get the higher, our superiors on the project to either approve or tell us no, or provide a way we can work around it. Now, decision making, right? Now, when it's a request for change, you have three options: to approve the change, reject the change, defer the change, request for more information, or ask for what? An exception plan. If it cannot be implemented within the limits delegated to change authority. Consideration: if a request requires extra cost, then we can use the change budget to fund it, or we can increase the project budgets, or we can what? Reduce the scope of what? Elements. Now, tolerance should not be used to fund requests for change. So if we said you are supposed to produce this with 100,000 plus or minus 10K, 10%, that means 110 is the maximum amount. Don't use that 10% to fund requests for change. It's not the purpose for it. Are we together?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, when it's enough specification, we can decide to grant a concession, instruct that what of specification should be resolved, defer decision, or ask for an exception plan. The project board may decide to accept enough specification without immediate correction. That is called a concession. When the product is granted a concession, you want to what? Write that concession into the product description before we hand it over to the user. So if we said, and let's use the greeting cards for instance, or wedding card. You said, or we were supposed to print wedding cards colored, and it was printed in black and white. Before we send the wedding cards over to the customer, right, or hand it over to the user, we want to be able to what? Update our product description to show that, okay, the new version of the product is showing that it did not come out in color, it came out in what? Black and white. There has to be consistency, your product and the supporting documents. Are we together? Okay, so we are on to what? Roles and responsibilities for change team. Corporate and program provides what? Strategy for change, issue resolution and configuration management. Executive determines what the change authority and the change budget, sets a scale for what severity of issues, set a scale for what priority of requests, for what change and not specification in response to requests for advice from the project manager, and makes decisions on what escalated issues with focus on what meeting the requirements of the business case. The senior user responds to requests from what for advice from project manager. It makes decisions on what escalated issues with particular focus on what safeguarding benefits. The senior supplier requests for advice from project manager. It makes decision on what escalated issues with focus on what safeguarding the integrity of the completed solution. The project manager manages the configuration management procedures assisted by what the project support. The project manager also manages issues and change control procedures assisted by what project support. He creates and maintains the issue register assisted by what project support. Then he implements what corrective actions. Team manager implements corrective actions at his own level. Project assurance advises on what examining and resolving issues, while project support will administer configuration management, issue and change control procedures, e.g., maintaining configuration records. This is the support of this guy, right? This is the support of this guy, right? So it maintains configuration item record. It produces what status account, and it assists the what project manager in maintaining the issue register. All right, so let's try these questions to see how well we understand this. Number one, Prince 2 uses the term dash to cover any relevant event that has happened, which was not planned, but is expected to be handled by the management.
Issue.
Beautiful. Issue. Number two, Number one, which of the following is a prerequisite for effective issue and change control?
Issue. Configuration management.
Configuration management what?
Strategy.
Beautiful. Number two, which of the following is not captured in the configuration item record?
Configuration item records.
Yeah.
Version, variant, priority. Status.
There's no status. Beautiful. Number three, okay, you've answered this. Number four, which of the following provides information about the state of the product within defined limits?
State of the product within defined limits.
Product status account.
Yeah, product status account tells us what the current state of the product, right? Number four or number five, which management product is used to record problems and concerns that can be handled by the project manager informally?
Issue register. Issue
Informally.
register.
Informally.
Informally. Which one is first? Yes, I issue register, then next one issue reports.
So which one is used to handle record issues that should be handled formally?
Reports.
This is for formal. This is for informal.
Wait, because it's not long with part. It's not long with part. I know both of them are issue. But one of them is formal.
Issue register and issue log are for formal. Daily log is for informal.
Yeah, that's true. Daily log is informal, yes.
Okay, look at it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that was where I asked what is the difference between
Yes, what's the difference between issue register and issue report? Yes.
You said the
Number-
issue register just record the issue. Then
Yeah.
why the issue or take it to the next level
Take
of
it to the next level for what? Resolution. Beautiful.
resolution? Yeah.
Now, which of the following is not a correct step of what? Issue and change control.
Of issue
And change control. Yes.
capture, estimate, capture, issue, estimate, propose. Propose. Not sure anyway.
It's capture, examine,
Yeah.
propose, decide, and implement.
So there's no estimate, it's
There's no
actually
estimate. It's examine. Number 7, which management project? Let me take it back. I've seen it.
Stella, where was this dog?
Can you see it?
Yeah, capture, examine, propose, decide, implement.
Beautiful. All right. Number 7, which management product is used to capture and maintain information on all issues that are managed formally? You should know this.
Which management product is used to capture and maintain information on all the issues that are being managed? Formally, right? Formally is register.
Register, issue register. Beautiful.
Yeah.
And then number 8, which of the following is funded from a change budget?
From a change budget.
Yep.
Change
Is it-
to approve baseline products.
Yes, please.
Which is it?
Changes to approved baseline projects, no matter how much, if it is not approved, then you cannot use change budget to fund it.
Correct.
Right. Number 9, which of the following is not the responsible of an executive with respect to the change team?
Is not.
Yes.
Maintain the configuration item record.
Beautiful. Have you ever seen an executive director filling a list of configuration item records? Anywhere you
I
see
just
them?
answered it because you already say anything maintain is for junior people, huh?
Yes, really. It's junior
Right,
people that
yeah.
maintain. Right? Over time, you will learn how to trigger your decisions in exams based on certain words. Just one word will let you know that it cannot be this, can't be this. In Prince 2, another word that you would use to pick a decision is the word approve, and you will see us use it a lot of times tomorrow. When you see the word approve, it is usually going to be the job of project board or executive. You don't see the word approve anyhow in Prince 2. The only time the project manager approves is when he's approving the amount of work for the team manager to do. That's the only time you see approve. The project manager.
In terms of budget related, it's not in his power to approve anything.
Beautiful, exactly. So these are some of the things. Another thing you will also notice is that all the management stages are going to be handled by the project manager, except manage team delivery. Manage delivery of product, which will be handled by team manager, and directing a project, which is going to be handled majorly by what? The project board. One of the things tomorrow I will teach you tomorrow is how to sort information. how to sort
Yeah.
information, how to, the word is compartmentalize information in ways that will give you an advantage when you're writing the exam. Are we together?
Yeah, man.
Okay. Now, number 10, identify the correct sequence of action in issue and change control process.
Identify the correct sequence of steps involved in issue
And
and
change
change.
control.
Capture, example, propose, decide. We just, it's number one now. You just
It's not-
showed us
it's-
now.
I just showed you both that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, we have what? The progress team, which is going to be the last thing we're going to cover for today. Now, what is the purpose of progress? Right? Just a minute, let me ease myself. I'll be back in a jiffy.
Okay.
Madam Blue? Another one, fine. All right, where's your friend?
That should be internet, eh?
Okay, so let's wait for him a bit.
Are you going to be able to send me the video of yesterday?
I don't know how to operate that, but I will ensure that admin sends it to you today. Tomorrow. Just remind me. Huh?
But I feel those parts I passed. I need to go and code them.
Yes.
That video will help me. If not, I will not sleep this night.
Let me make a request.
If I listen to the video, it will help me to be fast.
In what? Yes, it will give you
Mm.
the fundamentals. Let me make a request. Don't forget the project manager needs to escalate to the right level, and then it will be approved, right?
Of course.
So let me escalate.
Yeah.
Hello? I'm fine. So I need to make a request. All right. I think I've been able to get clearance for that. So it will be referred to IT. IT will send it to you.
Okay.
Yeah, the IT team will send it to you.
All right. Let me call this man.
Yeah, call your man.
Nigeria, part 1. I'm trying to sign back in.
Okay. What is the problem? Internet.
Yeah, internet.
Okay, we are waiting for you.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Well, if he's not in, I guess I'll have to continue. Can you call your friend in? So we can at least finish
His internet is
acting
no,
up,
please
right?
let's wait for him because I think I'll put this in the car.
Okay.
It's good for the car
Okay.
because you know him is new to project management, so
Yeah.
any little disconnect it will be difficult to connect him.
Okay.
But we that are practicing project management, I think it's more difficult for us.
It's more difficult.
Yeah, because what they are calling things is different from what we know.
Yes,
And
I
they need
think
to,
I think I can understand. The challenge is that you will have to relearn.
yes.
So
So that is
relearning, yeah.
yes. So and that is why I don't take it as if I'm a project manager. Like I want to learn it all over again.
Mhm.
Yeah. For him, as is as we are going now, his entering is fresh to him.
Yes,
Doesn't know any of
it's a new
he
information.
doesn't know any of those he doesn't know any of those concepts. But everything you are saying here, I know them in a different way.
Yeah,
Yeah, but this is Prince 2.
yeah.
I need to you see when you talk about risk, I'm already talking about known and unknown.
Mitigation, yes.
Known and that is totally off track of what Prince 2
No,
is
it's not off track. Oh. There is
really.
there is, yes, all those things part of. Prince 2 just brings in new terms. Almost everything is works. Do you understand? Um, Identify is in line with identifying risk. Perform qualitative risk analysis and perform quantitative risk analysis is in line with assessing risk, right?
Yeah.
Response is in line with what planning risk response. Implementation is in line with implementing risk response. Communication is in line with monitoring risk. So they believe that they are moving themselves.
Okay.
Okay, I think Happy is in the room.
It's not back, eh?
I think he just joined.
Oh, okay, okay, it's coming in.
Yeah. Okay,
I'm
so
sorry.
before right now, what is the progress team? The purpose of the progress team is to ensure that we're able to monitor and compare actual achievements with what we planned. Not only that, we should be able to provide a forecast of project objective and answer the question of what does the project continue to remain what viable. Another part of what progress is to be able to what control what any unacceptable deviation. This means that we should what set up what tolerances, and if those tolerances are estimated not to be met, then we should what escalate. This team suggests what manage by stages because we will build our measure project progress stage by stage. It also what supports continuous business justification. And let's read this together. Progress is the measure of the achievement of the
Achievement
objective of a plan.
objective of a plan.
Can be monitored at work package level, or at stage level, or at what project level.
Project level, yeah.
Project progress controls ensures that for each level of what project management team, the next level can be able to what monitor and compare your plans with what achievement, review your plans, identify risk, and what perform corrective actions. So usually tolerance is that what percentage deviation above which what we can what allow before we escalate to the next level of management. So see, look at cost, for instance, right? Plus or minus amount of budget, right? There can be project level tolerances, stage level and work package level tolerances. Scope, what is the permitted variation? What is the must have? What is the should have? What is the could have and won't have? Risk, to what extent is what expected monetary value against what plus or minus 10% of what the budget. That's what the financial impact. And then quality, we can say what the product should weigh plus or minus 300 kg, plus or 300 kg plus or minus 10 grams. And then what benefits, the maximum cost savings of what 5% with an average of what 7% across all branches, right? Now, there is a progress control approach to a project. It means that first of all, we should delegate from one level to another. So remember, there are 4 levels, right? We want to be able to effectively delegate across all 4. The second thing is management. There should be what? At least multiple management stages to deliver what parts of the project. We want to authorize only one stage at a time and then utilize both time-driven reporting and event-driven progress reporting. And then when we consider that we might not be able to meet certain objectives, we want to be able to.
I didn't understand this slide.
Which one?
But this one you are talking about.
We're going to be doing this one by one now, so don't worry. Management stage for control, don't worry. Length of stage, right? Technical stage, okay, these are, okay, basically the same thing, but let me explain it, right? First of all, you want to delegate. I said that Prince 2, management by exception actually requires that we would delegate to what lower levels. We'll give them authorization to work as long as they work within what project tolerance level, right? Hello?
Yes.
Then the second thing is that all the work is going to be divided into what management stages. And we don't have several stages running at the same time. We are authorizing the management stages to run one at a time. right? And then there is what time-driven progress reporting and event-driven progress reporting, which I will explain. And then if we find out that we are not working in line with tolerance levels, we want to be able to what raise exceptions. Now, delegating authority, like we said, there are 4 levels of project organization, and tolerances will be allocated. So the corporate and program will set what overall tolerance for the whole project. The project board will set tolerance for what the stage level, and then the project manager has hand-to-hand day-to-day control and will set tolerance for what the team level, right? So there is management stage, but tolerance have been set by project board for the stage, right? Where project manager will set tolerances for what the team manager. Are we together?
Why is this stage different from when you are doing roles and responsibility? They are adding many other things. I understand this one now. You have the corporate or program management.
Exactly.
You have the project board, which is the same as executive.
Yes.
You have the project manager.
Project board is made up of
between project manager and team manager.
Project board is made up of executive, senior user, and senior supplier. They function as a trio, a group of 3. They work together.
In project manager, right?
Yes. No. Executive, senior supplier, and senior user are the 3 roles that play an important role in the project board. So the project board is 3 people, or at least 3 roles that are active.
Okay. So project board is not, it is just executive. Project board include executive, senior user, and senior supplier.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
All right. Then the next thing we are expected to do, like we said, is to delegate down. So project tolerances is the corporate will set tolerances for project board for the project. The project board will set stage tolerances for the project manager, and the project manager will set work package tolerances for the team manager. When there is progress, this project board will send progress reports up, as well as request for exceptions, right? The project manager will send stage progress reports up, as well as request for stage level exceptions. Notice that this guy will send work package reports up and issues. He doesn't request for exception. Why? Because at work package level, remember where I say there are no exceptions for them, right?
There are no exceptions, meaning there are no tolerance.
Yeah, there will be tolerances, but you can't create an exception report or an exception plan for work package level.
At work package level. So
at work package level, we do not create.
It's only at the stage and project.
Beautiful. We are together.
Stage and project level.
Okay, now, so look at, this is the first part. I said the word authorization usually is used in relation to project board, right? Notice project board would uses directing a project, like I said, to authorize initiation, authorize the project, authorize every stage, authorize closure. Now, sabi do authorization. Project board. They would receive reports in the form of highlight report and end of stage report from the project manager. And then they would also handle exception report and issue register. They receive reports through that. Project manager doesn't do a lot of authorization. He authorizes the work package in controlling the stage, and I think that's the only thing he does, controlling the stage and authorizing work package of the work to be done and work package tolerances. You will see a lot of authorization done in project board level, and only where the project manager has to authorize work for the team manager does he handle authorization. Progress update will include checkpoint reports produced by team managers. So team managers will send in checkpoint reports, while he will send highlight reports to the project board, right? And then he uses project registers and logs to review progress and identify risks. Now, Management stages are utilized to what? It's a collection of activities and products whose delivery is managed as a unit. We utilize what? Management stages to manage the delivery of a product. We use them to what? Provide review, manage, and take what? Decisions. We use them to ensure that this, management decisions are made before we begin the work. The project board will authorize one management stage at a time. And towards the end of each stage, they would expect to have an end of stage report or a stage plan for the next stage. Only if we discover that we may not be able to meet tolerances do we expect that towards the end of the stage, we should raise what an exception report. The end of stage report together with the stage plan for the next stage should contain all the information to enable the project board to assess whether we want to continue with the project, which is what a game of what continuous business justification. Now, the truth is, these management stages, there is no limitation on the number of what management stages. However, every Prince2 project should have at least 2 management stages, one initiation stage and at least one for product delivery, right? Okay, and then short management stages, right? Too many short management stages would increase what project overhead. And then you have the choice of whether to have what too many short management stages or what, or a few long management stages. That means you would have less control, right? The way I explain this is short management stages will include control, and then what? Increase control, while long management stages reduce control. Now let me ask you a question. If you let us assume Mr. Chukunalo, let's assume that you have a 5-year-old daughter that likes to go to the kitchen and cook something. How many times will you check the kitchen when she's in the kitchen?
Please take that again.
If you have a 5-year-old daughter that likes to go to the kitchen to play and cook, how many times a day would you check that kitchen?
100 times.
100 times, right? Because she's a child. When you have a wife of about 30-something years in the kitchen, do you go to check the kitchen that often?
Maybe after 10 years of marriage.
But you get what I'm saying, right? Short management stages will emphasize what control and overhead. Why?
That is micromanaging.
Exactly, very much in line with what micromanaging, right?
Okay,
now,
there's a line you didn't get. You said Prince2 should have at least 2 management stages.
Yes.
One at initiation
and at
and
least
the second one
delivery stage. Yes.
Before it is sent out.
Yes. At least you can have more than, but then at least you should have what? 2 management stages. Okay, now the length of the stage, you can see what? Now, see the relationship between management and technical stages. Let me point out 3 things. First of all, management stages do not overlap. Notice that. One is commissioned and approved before the other. Right? Management stages also are used to what? Manage the project. So we have what? Control periods in the middle. And we utilize this control period to assess how well we are going and determine whether we want to continue with the product. Meanwhile,
so they don't overlap. One must
overlap.
be before the next.
Yes. Meanwhile, technical stages can
They look like they're overlapping in this diagram.
No, that's the technical. These are the technical stage. Look at technical stage can overlap. What you see in the line that I'm touching now are technical stages. Technical stages are the stages that is used to build the product, while management stages is used to manage the projects.
Okay.
So this whole length of designing is technical.
Yes. So technical stages, management stages are used to manage the project. Technical stages are used to build the product. I don't know if that's clear.
Very clear.
Very clear, right?
And who are the people doing these management stages? So for a project manager, is the board that will be doing the management.
Exactly. So he's going to be what? With the board determining whether, okay, have we done enough for us to move into the next management stage? Do we continue with
Then
this
why
project?
the corporate and the program?
Yes,
Will
and the
do from
corporate,
the board.
corporate and the program would what? Do for, we only escalate to the corporate and program when we think that what? We might not be able to what? Meet project tolerances. Are we together? Are we together?
And the
Yes.
technical stage is used to build the product.
Yes. Okay, so look at this. Technical stages and method of grouping work by techniques used to what? Develop the project. And it's separate from management stages. Technical stages often overlap, but management stages do not. Technical stages are typified by words, specialist skills to deliver part of the project. Management stages is used to what? Control resources and authority to what? Spend and what? Manage. I'm using my own terms. Where technical stages is expands beyond what a stage boundary. We want to know the point of completion of the boundary. So for this one that what is going to span management stages, we want to be able to tell the completion level at this point and the completion level at this point so that we can be able to what, monitor it. Are we together?
Yeah.
Okay. Now there are two kinds of control. There is time-driven control. Sorry, event-driven control happens every time when a major event happens. So at the occurrence of specific time, so maybe we issue a project initiation document, a particular risk happens, and blah, blah, blah. Those are what? Event-driven control. Right, so end of stage report, end of project report, right? And so on and so forth. End of stage report, project plan, stage plan, exception plan, and what? End of stage report, end of project report, the occurrence of a certain risk. Those are what? Event-driven control. Then we have what? Time-driven control. Time-driven controls are controls that are going to be what? Produced at what? Specific time frame. A good example would be what you call the highlight report that is produced monthly, and what? The checkpoint report that may be produced what? Weekly. So if you're expected to produce a certain report on timely basis at specific time period, then it's a time-driven report. If you're expected to produce those reports at the specific occurrence of an event, it is what? An event-based report. Are we together?
Yeah.
And then, of course, there's another aspect, capturing and reporting what? Lessons. Now, under the principle of learning from experience, we are taught that what a project manager should what? Record and document what? Lessons in a lessons log. Lessons log are actively sought and recorded so that we would be able to what? Learn. Eventually, we'll create a lessons report so that we can be able to what? Share what we have learned with the organization so that they can avoid negative situations in the future. If a lesson is significant and has relevance for future projects, it should be included in the lessons report, and it can be created at any time in the project. However, if you don't create it throughout the project, make sure that during closing a project, you do it. Are we clear?
Yeah.
Okay, so you can create it anytime the issue occurs, but at the barest minimum, create it when you are closing the project. Reporting progress, like I said, there is a checkpoint report that's produced by the team manager or the project manager. It is reviewed by the project manager against what the work package has delivered on. All checkpoint reports at a stage are collected to give us what an understanding of what the status of that stage. And then there is what highlight report that is produced by what?
So the smallest report is the checkpoint, right?
Beautiful. It's the small, let me just call it the smallest report. Yeah. And then we have the highlight report produced by the project manager. Is reviewed by the project board, and the frequency of reporting is defined in the communication management strategy by the project board. And then, of course, these two are time driven. These ones you're going to see here are event driven. End of stage reports and end of project reports, right? And then, of course, we come to what the final part, which is what raising exceptions. And I think I've explained that, right? When we expect that what we forecast, our forecast tolerances would be surpassed, then we want to raise exceptions. Now, notice project level exceptions are raised by what? The project board to what? Corporate and program. Then the project manager will generate what? An exception plan depending on what the project board says. To replace what? The project plan. Stage level exception based on issue report by the project manager. The project board will come to see whether we can be able to what? Meet the tolerances of the stage. Based on that, they may ask the project manager to prepare an exception plan. The exception plan will what? Replace the stage plan. And then the project board's responsibility is to assess the exception plan and what? Approve it. Notice that for work passage,
I didn't get that place you just explained.
Which part?
Can you take the exception plan again?
For which one?
The stage level.
Okay, so
and also project level.
Okay. Now, at the project level, let's not forget that tolerances are given by the corporate and program for what? What you call project level tolerances is given to what? The project board. If we forecast that we would not be able to meet those project level tolerances, what we will do is that we will communicate with the corporate and program to let them know, we cannot do it. Then when they permit you, you will ask the project manager to create what? An exception plan to replace the project plan. Are we together?
Okay.
At the stage level, based on issue reports that is produced by the project manager and given to the project board, the project board might look and say, we cannot meet the expectations of this stage. So because of that, they will say, okay, produce what? An exception plan to be able to what? Replace the stage plan. So when they authorize the project manager to produce an exception plan, it would replace whatever plan that it is produced to the detail, to the same level of detail of the plan is going to replace, and it will replace it. And then secondly, the project board's responsibility.
That is a new baseline.
Yes, exactly. And then the project board's responsibility is to assess the exception plan and approve it. At work package exceptions, the team manager raises an issue, and then the project manager will advise on corrective action.
Corrective action.
There is no exception plan at this level. I've said this several times.
Okay. Just raise issue and correction is approved.
Beautiful.
But it's almost like the exception plan is like changing the business case.
Yes. No, you don't change the business case. So you continue to maintain. Exception plan is not changing the business case. It's ensuring that we can deliver the requirements of that stage according to the business case. So we are delivering the
According
project.
to the
The
business.
business case is still DVA, desirable, viable, and achievable. However,
Yes.
we might not be able to meet cost expectation, or we may not be able
Time-
to meet
timeline-
expected.
Time
Beautiful.
expect.
So we decide to create an exception plan so that we have a new quote unquote baseline to work with. So responsibilities. Exactly.
Yeah.
So the responsibilities of the player, corporate and program, they provide what project level tolerance and document them in the project mandates. They make decisions on exception plan where project level tolerances are forecast to be exceeded. Executive, they provide what stage level tolerance, ensures that progress towards outcome continues to what satisfy the business case. In fact, that's another way to say it. Progress towards outcome continues to satisfy the business case. In other words, it is consistent with from business perspective, because the business perspective is what? The business case. Number 3, make its decision on exception plans when stage level tolerances are forecasted to be exceeded. Number 4, they recommend what? Future actions on the project to corporate and program management if the project tolerance is forecast to be exceeded. Are we together?
Yes, we are together.
Okay. Now, senior user ensures that progress towards the outcome remains consistent from what? The user perspective. While senior supplier ensures that what? Progress towards the outcome continues to remain consistent from what? The supplier perspective. Are we together?
Yeah.
And then the final roles and responsibilities for project assurance verifies the business case against what? External event and project progress, verify changes to the project plan to see whether there is any impact on the need of the business or the business case, and then confirm the stage and progress report against agreed tolerances. These people's role is to ensure that what we do the project in the right way. Are we together?
Mm.
And then project support assists with the compilation of what? Reports, contributes specialist tool knowledge. So for instance, they are the ones that learn how to use Microsoft Project so that what? They can be able to what? Handle planning and controlling. The number, record, store, and distribute issue and exception reports. They assist the project manager in maintaining the issue register and the risk register. And then they maintain quality register on behalf of the project manager. Are we together?
Yeah.
So the last part is going to be what? Of course, our quiz. So progress can be monitored at all the following levels except
Progress can be monitored in all the five.
at all the following
Progress
levels
except exemption.
Beautiful, there's nothing like an exception level. Number 2, that is a situation where it is forecast that there will be a deviation beyond agreed tolerance levels.
Such is a situation where it is
Exceptional.
Exception. Okay, great. Second. Number 2, dash is or are permissible deviation above or below a plan's target for time and cost without escalating to the next level of management.
tolerances.
Beautiful. Those questions are just there to confuse you. Number 4, the principles of management by exception uses dash types of tolerances against which the project can be controlled. How many kinds of tolerances do we use?
Don't remember.
I think it's 4.
Are you sure?
Types of tolerances. Can you name one?
Scope.
Oh, those are, I've been looking, what do they call those things? You say objective.
Yes, they are objectives. They are you can call them objectives. You can call them constraints. You can call them
Constraint.
elements that we work towards.
So you have the scope, schedule, cost, benefit, and time.
Yes, so risk. So these are 6. That's the answer.
Okay, risk is time is the same thing as schedule.
Yeah, time is scheduled.
So this is risk. So you said they are called, what are they called more in phase 2? What do they call them more often?
And just what I
Tolerances,
told
right?
you, constraints, tolerances, goals. These are elements that would require tolerances, right? You can see this one calls them types of tolerances. They are also objectives that should be met. So it depends on how you choose to look at them. How many levels of management is used for progress control?
How many levels of management is used for progress control? How many levels of management? You have the uh, three. Corporate. How many level of management is used for progress control? The board is one now, or is split into the executive?
Sorry, sorry, the types of tolerances. How many? 6.
Yes, 6.
Scope, time, cost, benefit, risk.
Yeah. Then
How many level of management?
4.
Wait, oh, that is the corporate and program.
Yes, corporate and program is used.
Then the next is the project board.
Project board.
Then we have the project management.
The project management.
Project managers, and we have the
team manager. Sorry, this is not just level. These levels used for control is 3. Sorry, I just
so
it's 3.
It's going to be 3 now.
It's 3. Yes.
It's 3 exactly.
Yeah.
I got it earlier. So
Okay.
so if it's 3, that means we're only going to be considering the first 3.
The first 3, not the 4th one. The 4th one does not control.
Yeah, but team managers are not. Their team managers are not in any.
Yes, but if
they don't control progress.
how
They
many
only
levels
report.
of management is 4?
Yes.
Right? How many levels of
There are 4
management?
levels of management.
Okay. And then and then we have number 6. And Prince 2 provides the following types of control throughout the life of a project.
Prince 2 provide the following type of control throughout the life of a project.
Okay.
Time-driven and trigger-driven. Well, I know there's event-driven. There's time-driven. There's no trigger-driven.
Beautiful. There's no
It's
trigger-driven.
1 and 2. I didn't hear anything trigger or true.
Yeah, there's no trigger-driven. All right, number 7.
Yeah.
Technical stages often overlap, but management stages do not. True or false?
Technical stages
Often overlap, but management stages
now.
do not.
Yes, technical stages overlap, management stages do not.
True. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Number 8, team managers provide. Okay, so this is the last one, and after this we are done, right? Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
So this is the last question. And
Very well.
We are done. Okay, beautiful. Now the team manager produces which of the following reports to provide the project manager with details of progress against work packages.
It's checkpoints now, the lowest report daily.
Beautiful. Then number 9, if a work package is forecast to exceed its tolerance, the team manager should inform the project manager by raising an exception, true or false?
Team manager exception, who born now?
So false.
I think the team manager is only talking about correction now.
Yes. No, yes, but
So it's false. Yeah.
you would raise an exception, right? But there will be no what exception plan. So work package level exception.
Yes.
So team manager will raise an issue, but he would not what be allowed to. He doesn't create an
Correct.
exception plan. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So it's from the project manager that you start talking about exception going to the board.
Yes. Okay. Now, if the stage is forecast to exceed its tolerance, the project manager should produce a dash to capture and analyze the details of the deviation and then produce a dash for the project board.
Okay, so the project manager should produce issue you are talking of a stage, right?
Yes.
It should produce an end stage report.
No.
It will produce an end stage report to
read the question again, please.
Stage is forecast to exceed its tolerance.
The project manager should produce
an issue report to capture and analyze the details, and then provide an exception report to the project board.
Okay.
Report to the project board, yes.
Well, okay,
yeah.
well, it's going to give what? An exception report. And then to analyze what? Capture and analyze the details of the deviation. And then based on that, it will be expected to produce an exception plan. It's actually D.
Wow.
Yep.
How is that?
This D.
It's D.
That one is tough, huh?
So he will do an exception report to let us know that there is a
D.
deviation, right? And analyze the details of the deviation. And then when they say, okay, on this basis, produce an exception plan, he goes on to produce an exception plan. All right. So thank you very much for your attention. We've come to the end of this class.
I'm not please. Okay, don't worry. You're supposed to send this document this morning.
This morning, I'll send it this evening before I leave this place.
Why do I feel like you're scamming me?
No, I'm not scamming you. I just got
Wait, you don't have this document.
I don't have it, though.
You don't have it.
The thing is that I do not.
I want to have his highlighted one.
Okay, hold on. Let me send it to you now. I need to see. I've written Jaga Jaga on the thing, so that's why.
Jaga Jaga one, like. Send the Jaga Jaga one.
The Jaga Jaga one I need. Yes, I need it because let me. Please, what's your phone number?
No, I'm actually not allowed to give it.
Really?
Yeah. The thing is this, right? I'm actually functioning within a system. Even my number is too individualistic for a system.
Okay, but you can send this, so you can email this at least, though.
Yes.
Email, okay?
And you say what?
I was thinking you drop it on WhatsApp. Send it by email.
I will send it by email. Thank you very much. Oh my God, people are funny. Okay, let me send this to Prince 2 Foundation practitioner. I'm going to open this now and send it. Right, so I will give you control so that you can type your email in. Right, so take control of the screen, type your email and send. Can you see my emails?
No, that place is not showing. I think this is the chat box of Zoom.
Hold on, I'm going to share with you now.
Oh, let's put it on the chat box.
Just a minute, just a minute.
It's on the chat box.
No, it might not load. It might not load like that. Just type your emails. I'm giving you control now.
Really?
It's just that I'm uploading it and it's taking a little bit of time.
No, we can't write like this.
You can't write
Kind
what?
of.
We can't write like. Are you saying this chat box?
The problem
The
is
Zoom
that
chat.
the thing has not finished attaching. That's just the problem.
No, because we typed our email address on the chat box. And when you click on chat on the Zoom.
So you have to
just a minute.
you have to send the Excel one I did, yeah.
Yeah, just let me do this thing. Let me send this thing to you.
Because I'm writing this exam tomorrow. So I really need to read this stuff.
You're writing the exam tomorrow?
Yes.
Your foundation tomorrow.
Oh. Okay. All right, I'll ensure you get it now. It was just a connection issue. Sometimes the internet messes up, but I'm sending it now. Thinking this particular email is having issues with space. So let me send it using another email.
Well, 39 megabytes is not a lot. Now, why is it not attaching?
I think it's just a weakness of I think the size of that particular email is smaller now. I'm coming. Are you there?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm handing you control. Happy, over to you. I gave control to Happy. So Happy, go ahead and type your emails. Beautiful. And then send.
No. Co.uk. Co.uk. Amarachi. Amarachi. Amarachi.
What happened?
Okay, we have typed it. Okay, that is the Excel. So you also add the highlighted document, right?
You attach the Excel.
No, not the Excel.
I think
Is
Okay.
nothing
I,
is
ju- I just
attached.
I just wanted to know. So
Actually,
have you sent to yourself?
okay, nothing is attached yet, eh? Okay. No, please
I've not sent it. Nothing is attached.
attach it, please. Attach documents.
There was one that was attached now. The one I gave you, I asked you to fill was attached. Oh my.
Nothing attached. I think you don't have storage. You can't attach. You can't send it again.
Oh my. I attached this thing. For some reason or the other, I did it.
This is what it has been doing. Server rejected. You don't have space on your account again.
Yeah, I think so. Look at this one now. Look at this one. This is one I asked you to type into. Hold on, just a minute. Hold on. Release your screen.
How do I do that?
Hold on. Sorry, I think I shared the wrong screen. Use this screen. Use this screen. I type your email
Okay.
and send. Wait. Okay, yes, send. All right, so thank you.
All right. Good night.
So tomorrow
Thank
by
you
4,
very
right?
much.
Tomorrow's by 9 a.m. Oh.
Tomorrow
You
is
said
by
what?
9 a.m. Tomorrow is by 9 a.m.
Hello?
Tomorrow by 9 a.m., right?
Tomorrow by 9 a.m. We'll be together.
All right.
All
Have
right,
a
have a
good
great
night
day.
rest. Yeah, bye.
Bye-bye.